Alright, hello everyone. I mean, wah. I forgot to do the wah. Hello everyone, hello. It's a collab day and we have Mega Bronson on the horn right now, on the Discord horn. So, how you guys doing? Let's say our hellos first and then we'll get to class, say hello to our collab partner of the day, and then we'll also do our dailies. So, who do we got here? We got Seribot, our rock. We have Mega Bronson in the chat and on Discord. We got Pexpool, you got your sticker. Mega Bronson, you got your sticker. Matthew, hello. Twitch is bugged on mobile. Oh no. Oh no. Folk, hello, you got your sticker. Cielo, you got your sticker. Hello, hello. Wabika Bear. Yeah, you know what? Without further ado, let's get to class. I have my tracking all set up, so I also want to just see. There we go. Hello, Mega Bronson. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Can you guys hear Mega Bronson okay? Is he too quiet? Is he too loud? My bars show me that he's fine, but uh oh, I forgot to ask Mega Bronson, do we want like what do we want to listen to music-wise today?
I don't know, actually. Uh, oh, they're saying I'm very quiet.
He's very quiet. All right, let me put up the gain a little bit. Can you say something?
Oh, hello, hello.
There
Testing,
we go.
testing.
How's that?
Matthew, can you hear me?
Can you hear him? Better? Okay,
Better.
cool.
All right.
All right, cool. Let's go with that. I had like anime music on, but we can also put on what is like befitting? Would it be like stereotypical to say like hip hop or like
I mean, it wouldn't be.
mhm.
Uh, there was, oh man, there's like a thing that's like the four pillars of hip hop or something like that.
Ooh.
It's like breakdancing, but like I don't know if that's really a thing anymore today. But
Ooh.
like it's like breakdancing, graffiti, turntablism, and emceeing, I think
Oh, that's cool.
is the four. I don't remember. That would be hip hop head high school Bronson that would know that thing.
I remember. Wait, I'm also turning off a couple of the redeems. Not all of them. Not all of them. You could still pet.
Mhm.
No pointing and laughing. No phone. Uh, let's see. They can still attack. Mr. Pancakes can still speak. The cats can be there on the table. Let's see what else. The pipes are already broken, so I'm just gonna turn that off right now. And no detention. There we go. So they can attack. Pancakes can speak. Ow! And they can pet. And that's it. That's all you get. That's it. So okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, like I do remember like you were into b-boying and stuff back in the day, right? Should we do you want to share that bit of lore, or is that revealing a bit too
Oh,
much?
I don't know how much lore there really is. I used to breakdance, and then I grew my hair out and got fat, and I couldn't breakdance anymore. Also, I'm pretty sure I like injured my legs,
Oh.
but yeah, I did a backflip and landed incorrectly.
Oh Jesus Christ. No. Dang. Well, I'm also looking for something to play. I found 2000s hip hop, and the first song on Spotify is the Thong Song by Cisco.
I would think though that like it would be more underground hip hop if it's like the 2000s.
Oh.
That would fit in the graffiti like like people who were into street art didn't really listen to mainstream in the 2000s. I would think in the 90s it was probably more like gangster hip hop, but
Mm-hmm.
still like more of the mainstream like a Tribe Called Quest and stuff like that would still
Oh.
fit in there. And then the 80s and I want to say late 70s it was like b-boy music, like breaking music.
Okay. I think that's a
And
good start though.
it's actually okay, so like a little lore about breakdancing. Like in the 80s and I want to say late 70s, but I'm not sure the actual decades of what it is. They would breakdance to like Shaka Khan and Blondie,
Ooh.
and music like that, more like funk heavy, uh, like with like the funky drums type music. And they
Oh.
would the reason for the turntables is that they would cut out all the other stuff and they would loop what they would call a breakbeat. And that was basically like the instrumental breakdown that was like in the part in the song. And then they would loop that, and that's what they would breakdance to.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. That's really cool. And like right out of the get-go, you're already dropping the edumacation on us. I put on a little bit of Tribe Called Quest right now. Before we proceed forward, though, because I do want to hear more, but before we proceed forward, let's do a little bit of introductions as well. So I'll do my usual introduction. Y'all know who it is. It's me, Babinka Bear, your local Sun Bear art history teacher and educational streamer, and today we are doing our first show and tell style collab with a friend a dear bear friend of ours here at the channel, Mega
Oh,
Bronson. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
yeah, look. Okay, look, I'm on the left, but also I'm at the bottom. I'm fishing for myself.
There you go.
Uh,
Fishing for
my name's
cubs.
Mega Bronson. Yeah. My name's Mega Bronson. I am also a streamer. Many of you probably recognize the art style of my bear. I play a lot of Overwatch, unfortunately, but I do very much enjoy like point and clicks, puzzle games, narrative games, and that's likely what I will be playing a lot of on my stream because those are like kind of the games that I like. It's nice to like sit down and go through a story and like digest a story
Mhm.
um, instead of like playing multiplayers and it's like oh pogger moments all the time. Uh, but yeah, and I have known Bubinka
Oh my gosh. How long has
20
it been
years now.
actually? Yeah. Has it really
Yeah,
been? There's no way. There's no way it's been
it
20 years.
it has been just about 20 years, yeah.
Yeah, because we were like, what, ninth grade freshmen? How old are freshmen usually? Like, yeah, 14, 15. Oh my god, it's been 20 years. That's kind of crazy. Like, yeah, 14. Most
hmm
like ninth graders are around 14, yeah. And
I
then
started I was a freshman. I was 12 when I was a freshman.
wait, no, wait, really? Did you
Yeah,
skip
because I have
grades?
a no, I have a late birthday.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. I was like, wait, no, that's a bit of lore that I didn't know either. Well, I know like well actually wait. No, I don't. When is your
No, I was
birthday?
really young.
What is your birthday?
I believe my birthday is close to Beans's.
Oh, okay, okay. You're both Scorpios.
No, I'm one before. I'm a
Oh.
Libra.
Oh, okay, okay. I don't remember which is the one before.
Yeah, yeah, that's why I said a Libra. I'm a Libra.
Oh, Libra, Libra. Okay, okay. I see, I see. At least 1,000 years in VTuber years. Yeah, we've known each other for at least 1,000 years.
How long do bears live normally, actually?
Don't look it up. Don't don't look it up.
Oh, okay. It's okay, that's either
We
like
are
sad because it's low or sad because it's high, and we are high.
it's low. Well, especially sun bears. I should be
Uh,
dead by now. Is basically like the long
Bear's
and short of
lifespan right
it.
now.
Like, it's like no, don't look it up. Oh, you looked it up. No.
I didn't look it up. Chat told me.
Bear lifespan right now. Hello, Gallius. You will turn to sand. I know sun bears are not that long lived. I feel like brown bears would be a little bit more long lived. I don't know. This is something worth looking
I don't know.
into, right? Brown bear
I'm just thinking of
lifespan.
Barney Gumbel's. Don't cry for me. I'm already dead.
I'm already dead with like the black and white and the rose.
The rose and the beer bottles.
Oh no. Oh yeah, don't look up the lifespan of a brown bear. We are elderly.
Oh,
We're so elderly. Mecha Bronson might still be alive.
hell yeah. Let's go.
When the clock strikes midnight, you will turn back into a pumpkin. No, not again. Please. Alright, let me see here. We were already dropping the lore, but you said you were down to do Food Guesser with me, the Food Guesser
Yeah, of
dailies.
course.
Alright, cool. And are you watching me through the stream right now, or do you want me to
Yeah, I'm
share
on the
my?
stream.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah, that's fine.
this first one then: yam, palm oil, onion, tomato, bell pepper, scotch, bonnet pepper, crayfish, fish, stock cubes, salt, spinach, water, smoked fish, meat, ground nut oil, garlic, and ginger. What say you, Mega Bronson? I feel like yam, like I associate with like African cultures, but the crayfish makes me think like South US, you know?
Alright, okay, well the thing is that crayfish is also or yeah, crayfish is also big in Africa and in
Mmm.
right like any water. I was thinking uh like the Caribbeans,
Oh, okay. Caribbean. Okay.
right? Because
Let me.
because southern U.S. food gets a lot of their influence from Caribbean food.
It's a fair point. That's a fair point. So let me go over to the map right here, just because like I feel like the Bahamas is also, or not the Bahamas, the Caribbean is like, I don't know the exact placement of everything. Like I know that the Bahamas and Cuba and Haiti are all there. I just don't know like where they are relative to each other. So
Listen, you know more than me. I didn't even know all of these islands were part of this. I was just like, listen, if it's an island below Florida, it's the Caribbean. That's kind
mm.
of how I go about that.
Oh, I got Bermuda. Look at Cielo Slugs. Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, Berry Mama. To Jamaica. Puerto Rico. Oh my god, there's so many bear puns you can make out of this.
Yeah.
Should we try? Let me try the. You want to do
But this one's,
Bahamas
this one's
first?
already Cubba,
Kind of want to try Bahamas.
for sure.
Ah, ice cold. Ice cold and to the northeast? Or I think it's just east.
Yeah, east. So you might be right with Africa then.
Ah,
Or
okay,
you're more
okay.
likely right with Africa then.
Okay. So the question is where? Because Africa's a huge place. I feel like the usual suspects are like Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Ethiopia.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Mm,
was thinking it likely be something with like a large water source, but
mm.
it is crayfish and maybe it's a freshwater source.
Oh, that's a good point. um, Ghana has big rivers, big lakes. I
Hmm.
don't remember too much of like my African geography because I was
I don't
gonna
know
say
much
like
about
oh
African
like
food,
like
which is tough.
like Titicaca. That's no, actually that's South America, isn't it?
I don't know.
I don't. Let's try Nigeria and let's see what happens. Let's see what
Okay,
happens. Oh, that's the answer. It's Nigeria. Well, it's a couple of countries. It's Nigeria, Benin,
okay,
and Togo,
nice, hell yeah.
and it's called asado. Asado known as yam porridge or yam potage. Is that how that's pronounced? Pottage, potage,
Pottage?
pottage.
I think pottage, right? Because it
Okay.
sounds like porridge, and maybe it was like a etymology like translation that like didn't really carry over.
Oh, that makes. I never put that together. Like, I feel like I heard the word pottage before, but never put it together until I see the words porridge right next to it. You know.
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't have put that together if I didn't see them together. I would have been like potage.
Ah, yes, what Naruto wants to become by the end
Yes.
of his character arc.
He
He'll
he wants to
become
be the next potage.
the next one, the fourth Potage. All right, let's see the next one. It looks really good, and I feel like I always say
Yeah.
that like a lot of this looks like you would see like at a Filipino party, but it feels like the plating on the rice is a
Mhm.
little different. But let's see, we got fish, rice, onions, garlic, vegetable oil, cumin, turmeric, salt, pepper, lemon juice, and water. And it features fragrant fish and rice seasoned with rich blend of spices and caramelized onions. This could be anywhere. This could be anywhere.
Yeah. This could be anywhere. So what I was looking at was the optional pine nuts and raisins, and I was like, okay,
Mmm.
what who would have pine nuts and raisins? Because that doesn't sound Asian.
True, true, yeah. Cause like
Actually, do
grapes,
Asians even
is
have
that
grapes?
that's a good question. I'm not sure because I always think of that too of like where ingredients are indigenous to, but then when it comes to like more modern cuisine, sometimes it just doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, it's like you
cause
could just get everything from everywhere.
yeah. But that's a good point. Like, I kind of want to say raisins. I associate more with like Europe or like the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I was thinking the Mediterranean.
Okay, so let's see. Let's try Greece because that's what I like associate with. Well, I guess Greece would be more so olives, but let's check it out. We're warm, southeast. So Greece is already like kind of at the edges
Yeah, it's
of
more of
like
the
Europe.
yeah. It's more of the like the Golden Crescent area. So we have like
Oh,
Turkey,
okay.
Syria.
Mm-hmm. We could try. You want to do? Do you have one in mind that you want to try out from this area?
We could probably just try Turkey
Okay.
because I don't know too much about like food in this region actually.
Ooh, it's warm, but this time it's pointing to the southwest, and it's called
Oh.
Sayadiya. We don't see any like accent marks or anything, so usually that also helps me. But
Mhm.
southwest. So it's northeast of. Oh no, what is it? It's southeast of Greece, and
Yeah.
yet southwest of Turkey. So in between those two, I feel is like well, just
Wait, did we say Greece already? We said Greece,
we
right?
did. Yeah, Greece was the first one, and it said southeast. And then Turkey is southwest. So it should be like in between but south. So it's either I want to say either Cyprus or Egypt. Which one do we
Oh,
go for? Might want to they might want to try Egypt
yeah.
if I can remember how to spell it. Oh, nice. It's Egypt. It's Egypt.
Okay, cool.
Nice. It's a traditional Egyptian dish commonly found in coastal cities such as Alexandria and the Suez. Cool, cool. I'm not familiar with that plating style, but I guess it's just like you
Yeah.
just put rice in a plate and then just do it upside down and it adopts that shape, right?
The form. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I should probably do that more often.
It would be
No,
fancy.
yeah, it would be fancy, but like for like me at home, it sounds like just a waste of time.
I know what it's just like just scoop the rice, it's like this what is the meme of like just put the burger in the bag, but for us it's like just
Oh,
scoop
yeah,
the
put the
rice.
fries in the bag.
Yeah, just put the
Throw it
rice
on
in
the
the bowl.
plate.
Okay, let's see. We have the last one is yellow peas, rock sugar, agar, or gelatin, water, rose extract, or rose water. So this seems like a dessert. Um,
Mhm.
Also, give me a second. I need to clear my throat because I did just shovel a whole bunch of salad in me before we started. So I'm gonna mute just for a second, but feel free to let the chat know what your thoughts are.
Man, okay. I don't know. I'm very bad with desserts.
Not me
The thing
hoping that you would like have a lead,
is,
and I'm like, okay, I'm just making time. I hope he has a lead.
let's see, off-shelf paste served during festive occasions or as a treat. So okay, so like this is what I was thinking of, and they got a stick of it right now. Is that? Oh, it's Ghosty. Hi, Ghosty.
Hey, Ghosty. Hello, hello.
Um, Ghosty got coffee jelly, and I was like, okay, this looks like a jelly that would be something like Southeast Asian,
Mmm.
but the optional rose extract or rose water does
Mm-hmm.
not sound Asian.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't even know where roses are like native to. Now that I think of, but then we did say that like it doesn't always matter
Hmm.
where an ingredient is indigenous to. Also, hello, beeplebees.
Hi, beeplebees.
Let's see.
I,
When it.
I was thinking of like you know how Filipinos have like halo halo and then Vietnamese have like che and
Mm-hmm.
they have like the cubed like random gelatin things in it. That's what I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if maybe this is Spain
Oh, okay.
or like Portugal or something in Europe because of the rose water and extract.
Ah, okay. Oh, beeplebees. It's not beans. And it's not a bot. What the heck? This is Mega Bronson. This is another bear friend of ours. He's an old
I'm
high
sorry,
school friend.
command doesn't compute. Please repeat.
No. He's real. I do have a friend from high school. I do have friends from high school.
Oh, what's the Chat GPT thing at the end of the
Oh,
ice
like,
cold?
yeah, ice
It
cold.
must be Asia then.
Maybe it is
No,
Asia.
it's northeast though.
Oh, northeast. Oh, hmm.
Yeah, northeast of Spain.
I don't want to do Russia though, because like I'm always
Yeah, is it
confused with
Russia?
like. I'm always confused with like how like when it says like it's northeast of something, is it northeast of the capital? Is it northeast of the border? Because Russia's like humongous. So
Everywhere. Yeah.
yeah. So
Let's throw up the map.
throw up the map. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
idea. Oh yeah, in
So where
terms
did
of
we
like
guess? Just
chat
Spain, yeah.
ChatGPT like usually does the whole like if you want me to do blank like
Mhm.
let me know, or if you want this to be friendlier, let me know, something like that.
Yeah, there's a thing that it says at the end of everything. Where
I
it's like, this is Chat GPT or whatever.
this is ChatGPT signing off.
Yes, signing out.
Mega
Best
Bronson Bot
regards.
is so realistic. I was confused. The food is made from peas, not beans. Is that 64 slices? Hello, Fugubi. So Northeast would
64
be.
slices of American cheese shoved into a pink parka.
No, he's real. Damn it, he's real. You got me swearing now.
Cheese bot.
Cheese bot. So Russia would be like the most northeast, but like a little bit northeast would also be like Kazakhstan and Mongolia. But we're
Yeah.
also dealing with was it Mercator maps where it's like it looks so much bigger than it really is. So Spain might be just like, aligned with Kazakhstan. I can't quite
Yeah.
tell. I am tempted to just do Russia, but if it's not Russia, it's gonna be so much harder to guess from there.
Yeah, because Russia's so big.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do it. It borders. Oh, that's not gonna help us.
It's okay. Okay, so this is what I was actually thinking. I was thinking it was going to be between Russia and Spain, and I think it's like not Finland. Can you throw on the map again?
Oh, you know what's interesting? Look at the name. It's called Wando Huang. That Huang part makes me think like Chinese, but
Sort of Asian. Yeah.
and it says borders, and the compass is pointing south. So
Yeah.
the only thing is there's
kind of southwest east.
If Kazakhstan borders to
We
the
can
south,
say
so does Mongolia, so does China. So
yeah. So I'm wondering, because he did bring up the Huang ender there, I was
mm-hmm.
thinking Mongolia. Oh, but
Mm.
you know what? Actually, Kazakhstan has a very Asian population too, like kind of East Asian looking, I guess, would be
Yeah.
the uh way to say it. I guess. How
Mm-hmm.
do I not sound offensive
It's
right
like
now?
there's like an actual term for it, right? It's like phenotypically like
They
it.
look like me? Just, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. They look like bears, is what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
Do we want to go with Mongolia or Kazakhstan or even China? Which should we try?
I kind of want to go Mongolia because they've been everywhere. I guess
Okay.
is the
Borders Mongolia to the south. I think this just means
well, I think it is
China.
China, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did they have? Oh, they do have peas in. Oh wow, I think this is the. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say like this is the shortest like description I've seen, but there's more here. But yeah, there is like peas because they have like pea flowers. I think I've seen in like Chinese imagery before. Oh, okay,
Wow,
okay.
interesting.
So peas. Oh, and I
Yeah.
guess I still
So
don't know
the
where.
sugar and the gar were why I thought Asia, but then the rose extract and rose water threw me off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I actually don't
I
know
didn't even
where.
think about the peas. Where are peas from? I just
I don't actually know where they're from, but I do know that I've seen pea flowers in like imagery before. I just don't know where roses are from because I associate them with like Europe, but it's very possible
yeah,
that it's
same.
like a transplant from China, right?
Yeah. I mean, we also got to remember like things like the Silk Road existed.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But all right, we got super foodie. We got 12,000, 12K, so not too bad. Not too bad at all. All right. In that case, shall we get started with the main event with the street art appreciation?
Yeah.
Cool, cool.
Um, Okay, cool. So let's do our introduction. I guess you go first since you wouldn't have as much to say as I do, I guess.
Yeah. So this is gonna be kind of like heavier on your end of things because uh looking like prepping this. By the way, we're using like a Figma like Jamboard. I've been calling it a whiteboard, but it's using like this platform called Figma, and it's been pretty cool prepping it. And if you guys see, like, let me actually navigate to the Jamboard itself or the whiteboard itself. If you guys look at this cool art over here, this was all made by Mega Bronson. I was just experimenting with whether or not you could actually draw on it, and you could. And Mega Bronson just like took it away, you know, like you like made amazing artwork. And yeah, and like prepping all of this, it was cool because I saw everything that you were like adding to the whiteboard and was just like, oh, I know nothing about this. This is gonna be like really cool to learn about. So first things first though, before I stop yapping and like hand it over to Mega Bronson himself, we do have a disclaimer that thank you for including this, by the way, Mega Bronson, that like this discussion is for educational purposes only and is not an endorsement for any kind of vandalism, defacement, crimes related to, you know, like defacing public property or all of that. This is just to discuss really cool art that just so happens to be on the streets. So, we wanted to start off first with talking about like our personal history with graffiti and street art. And to be quite honest, mine is super limited. Like it's very limited. And this kind of made me realize that, I have like tangential knowledge, but it's specifically in things that are considered public art or art environments, such as I took a screenshot here of the a Lenin statue that is in Los Angeles. It's actually Lenin plus Mao Zedong, balancing on top of him. And I just remember this statue because I took a intro to art conservation class back when I was in college, and one of our projects was to like go out into the city and just find like public art. So this was one that I just so happened to like look up and find. And then the other cool one is the Watts Towers in Watts, Los Angeles. And like this one is sick. Like I feel like a lot of people when they see it from far away, it looks very like wiry and not as like aesthetically pleasing. But the closer you get to it, and if you see it up close, it's like a gorgeous like piece of like gigantic public art. I actually don't know if it's considered public because you do have to, I think, pay to get in. There is fencing over here, but it's like amazing. It was made by like an Italian immigrant that lived in Watts. So that's actually like the extent of a lot of my knowledge is like kind of like public art. But I don't know if I know too much about anything that touches on like street art. So with that out of the way, and then I do also see what Matthew's saying in the chat. What is it? I kind of assume China has everything up until the Columbian Exchange. According to Google, roses originated in China in the Middle East and then were introduced to Europe in the 18th century. So it's a fun fact for us. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
like tomatoes, right? Where do you think tomatoes came from for Italy? So
oh,
whenever they
mhm.
claim spaghetti or tomato sauce, well, mm, yeah,
um,
where did those tomatoes come from?
actually, yeah, exactly. It's like
Yeah.
one of those like fun facts, especially for people that study like the Americas and like Mesoamerica. It's like, actually, potatoes and tomatoes and all of those are from the Americas. They can't claim it. Well, I guess they can. Just as like
Yeah.
Chinese Americans can claim chow mein, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Americans can claim burritos.
Wait. The
Yeah.
wait, really?
Yeah. Burritos are American. And also, what is it? General Tso's chicken?
Oh, that one I
That's
had a feeling that that's American, right?
yeah. Wait, I might be getting that confused with something. What's the other one? Kung Pao chicken? One of
Oh,
those
maybe
is
Kung Pao. Yeah.
yeah, one of those is was created in America by it was made by the Chinese immigrants. It just was made for American taste.
Oh, I see, I see. Is it this like is orange chicken also? Do you know if that's
No.
like diaspora or if
It's
that's
ultra sweetened for
mm.
American taste, but China has they already have a orange chicken, but it's made with like actual orange sauce.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think orange chicken in the US is made of orange sauce also, but it's more on like the tangy spicy side than it is sweet and sour.
Oh, cool. This is also making me think like I know we were just making a dent into the street art appreciation, but like we should also do like a culinary like exploration. Well, it doesn't have to be a collab, it could just be like on your channel, but like
Mhm.
or even like cooking streams if you like got the setup for it cuz uh
I do not. Well, I think like in the future, if we do ever like blow up, we can set up something in one of our living spaces that can do that.
mm,
But for now, because I would want like a nice like overhead, like hanging camera,
mhm.
maybe like something that moves around. And that's this is like the film student in me where it's like, oh yeah, the camera needs to be over here and then this and that.
We need them Dutch angles.
Yeah. We need the zoom out as the camera moves in so that it looks like the food is intensifying as I zoom into it. And as I do that, I'm gonna start screaming because I don't know, it makes it intense.
It's like Yoko Ono, and it's like, I just
Which
came to this stream to learn how to cook. Why is this bear screaming at me? The angle makes it so I can't even see the ingredients.
what food did he just put in? Why is he yelling even more? Why is he dressed like Guy Fieri?
What if he is Guy Fieri? Screaming bear. Burritos are super American. That's something I never knew about. I just assumed that it was, well, I guess Mexican American, right? Or is it like American like
I,
masquerading
I
as
I actually don't know that answer, but
Oh,
I
okay.
know that burritos did not exist uh,
In like
until
ancient
yeah,
like Aztec Maya times.
yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. I would assume it was
Uh,
like a diaspora thing, kind of like how chow mein and kung pao is like Chinese American, but like I know that tamales are like ancient because, like I said, that's like part of what I research for work is like Mesoamerica, and we have like Aztec wall art of like people making tamales. But now that I think about it, yeah, burritos, not so much. That's really cool to know.
yeah, yeah, like I don't know the history of it. I just remember someone telling me that fun fact, and I was just like, wait, what? No way.
Yeah,
And
right.
so like they were giving me like that knowledge because I think I was talking about like what constitutes as American food, right? Because like
Mm-hmm.
we don't really have anything that we can truly claim as ours without it being um like
Like
some sort of diaspora, I guess.
yeah. And even cuz like my knee-jerk reaction was to be like, actually Native Americans, but I think even Native American food, like one of the biggest like well-known Native American foods is fry bread, but that was also that was more so like a more recent invention because of they had to kind of like work with like lard and like very like basically the food that the American government essentially like gave them. And there is
Mm.
like indigenous food, but like there's also like, more contemporary how do I say this? Like versions of it as well. Um Old world influence shaped everything we did make. And then People B said that that the thing that causes the biggest pain is when food made by diaspora is considered fake country food. No, yeah, yeah, exactly. Diaspora food is definitely like, yeah, Chinese American rather than like fake Chinese. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I definitely am someone who is at fault for that.
Mm.
Uh as I know I like for a very long time I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, what is it called? Panda Express to me is fake
Mm.
Chinese food." And I would say that a lot. But I understand that notion of like it's not fake Chinese food. It is, you know, Chinese American food.
Mm-hmm.
Um that's actually something that I picked up recently. I like right like I'm not to say that I'm blame like this is to say that I'm not blameless in saying that something is fake X country
Yeah.
food.
But I also
Uh
feel like it's a little different when it comes to fast food too, because like because it's made to be fast, to be made to order with like somewhat cheaper ingredients. Like I think people also call it fake because of that like quality to it. But then like I feel like, do you think there's like a difference between like Panda Express versus like a mom and pop Chinese spot, you know?
Okay, so that's the thing. Who originated the
Mm.
burger? I think it's Germany, yeah?
What I would assume Germany, but
Yeah, but I'm also very dumb and I'm going Hamburg, hamburger,
hamburger.
hamburger. That's where it came from,
Yeah, that's me with
right?
like I heard this fun fact that like there's a I don't know if I've ever had German chocolate, but there's the fun fact that like it's not from Germany. It's made by an American guy whose last name was German. And it's like, oh, it's one of those like fun fact gotchas where it's like actually burgers aren't from Germany. They were made by a Chinese guy whose last name was Hamburg.
Yeah. Or Dubai chocolate is Filipino.
Wait, no, wait, are you riffing or is that
I
is
believe that that is true.
what?
Hold on. Inventor Dubai chocolate.
Wait, really? I mean,
Yeah.
you
Viral
know,
Dubai chocolate, specifically the pistachio Kunufa bar, was created in 2021 by Sarah Humada, uh, collaboration with no British Egyptian entrepreneur. Oh, never mind.
oh, okay. I was about to say like, oh, Pinoy Pride.
Oh,
Do we have another Bruno
Chef
Mars?
Noel Kaitis, a Filipino chef who developed the signature recipe for Fix and later launched his own brand, Snap. So I don't know. There's,
Uy, Philippines.
but yeah, because I saw one where it was like, yeah, it was created in 2021 by Noel Kaitis Oma Malan,
mm.
a Filipino chef, and Sarah Humauda, a British and Egyptian engineer.
Oh, so it's a mix. It's a mix of
Mhm.
the two. Okay, interesting. Dubai chocolate is influencer scam to get people to go to Dubai. I would not doubt that either. I would not doubt that either. Oh man, we went a little bit off track, but that was all good information. So without further ado, I'll hand this next portion off to you. Talk about your personal history with graffiti and street art.
Mhm. Okay, cool. So I actually don't even think that discussing food from the diaspora is that much of a um like far shoot,
Ah,
because street art is kind of this my philosophy on street art is that it is kind of like the Renaissance, right? You didn't
ooh,
really have art for the people, right? The Mona Lisa doesn't exist. It's only art for royalty, right?
yeah, the commissioner, the like noble families.
And so as time goes on, street art becoming a thing is kind of a renaissance to art because it becomes the voice of the people, and along with that, it is the voice of the diaspora, the people who are.
Mm.
And for me, this is why I love street art. It is people who they don't have access to galleries, they don't have access to um, like like proper like painting supplies or this and that.
Yeah.
And one of the big things that I think about in street art is this idea that I got from one of my film classes, and it said, or like my teacher or professor said, um, oh, what is it? Uh, like the need for something um, leads to ingenuity or something like that. I forget what the
Oh, okay.
actual quote is, but it's like
Hmm.
saying, the need to create art, to be an artist, to show your art has created this need for people to go out and create art wherever they are, and it doesn't matter
Mm.
where. Um, and yeah, necessity is the mother of invention. Thank you, Matthew.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, cool.
Uh, and so when I think of street art, this is what that is. It is a voice of the people who are who have something to say, but oftentimes it falls on deaf ears.
Mm.
And when
Dang.
you think of where you would see things that people would consider graffiti or street art or this and that, because can you go up a little bit to your section?
Yeah. I could zoom in
There
too.
is,
Yeah.
you don't have to zoom in,
Oh, okay.
but I want yours. So I want the juxtaposition of what you looked at as street art versus, the graffiti that
Mm.
I looked at as street art. And to say that one of them is more street art than the other isn't true. And we'll get into that later when
Oh,
I
okay.
talk about um, the different places for street art. The difference is that one was commissioned, the other one was just put up.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't someone who said, "Hey, you're allowed to do this." The artist came and said, "I'm gonna put this up because I believe my art is worth the people to see." And first,
Mm.
so what I put up here was the first street art that, or the first like art show that I had ever gone to. It wasn't a like artist that was well known. It wasn't a museum. It wasn't any of that. Um, at the time, my brother, who was also into street art,
Mm-hmm.
saw that there was an art show coming up. He saw that I was interested in it, and so he was like, "Hey, come on, let's go to this gallery." And so this artist is named Crayola.
Oh.
He came from a graffiti crew um, from the what do we call Los Bergelist?
Los Vincos? Los
Yeah,
Vincos.
Los Pincos, Los
Yeah.
Pincos.
Yeah.
Um, and so he was in like one of the bigger crews in El
Oh.
Bincos.
We could also just say LA if
Anyway,
it helps. You can also.
um, and so it was very interesting because I learned later on also that that crew my cousin was in. And I was like, "Wait, what?"
Oh.
And it like kind of blew my mind to learn that like my cousin was one of these. Uh, I wouldn't say that he got big, but he was around these people that were big. Uh,
Okay.
what's up, Mr. Rage?
Mr. Raga, hello, Mr. Rage, and hello, Taz Boreal, hello. Yes, Mr. Rage, we're doing a collab with Mega Bronson right now, and he's dropping the facts on street art, and this has been, like, even though this is just, like, the first, like, couple minutes, you've been also, like, dropping a lot of wisdom right now, so, yeah. Proceed.
Okay, cool. And so I put these two images together because one is, his street art, like what he put out on the street, but on the right side, this is like a print or a um,
Sorry,
like
I see chat has noticed Schnackery, so he's actually asking to leave, so feel, I'll leave it up to you if you want to continue on, but I'm just gonna open
yeah,
the
I
door
can
for
I can
him real
talk.
quick. Okay,
It's fine.
okay. BRB.
And so we'll discuss this later, Chet, about, what is street art if it's not in the street? And this is kind of my introduction to street art, where I went to this art gallery, I went to this show, and I saw these like creatures that this guy had created because his name is Crayola, and he
Mm.
makes like these kind of creatures and monsters and stuff that you can see on the right side.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
yeah. But while I was there, I learned that he was a, street artist. And so I was like, wait, so like I was when I'm looking at this, and this is kind of like a newer one, you can't really see what I'm talking about. When I went to this art show, there was a lot of like you can tell it's like not spray paint, but what's the other one? The airbrush.
Airbrush? Yeah, airbrush art.
Yeah, there was a lot of airbrush art in his creatures. So everything looked kind of smoky and floaty.
Oh.
And it was very like cool to look at because it was also like on like I bought like a shirt, and so it kind of has this like look of like the airbrush art shirts that you would get from like a swap meet,
Oh,
but it was
cool.
also very detailed. So it didn't have that like, oh, this is like a swap meet shirt. It was like this is a creature that is created to kind of look like a swap meet creature, but it's
Oh.
still very detailed and very artistic and could be considered fine art. Um, and so this was, and I was telling Chad, I don't know if you heard me, but like this is my intro to street art because
Mm.
a lot of people don't look at street art and think of fine art. They think of them being
Ah.
very separate things. And so before we were talking about, before like we started the stream, I was telling you that I believe that this kind of discussion is very important to have
Mm-hmm.
with people who don't look at street art
Mm.
uh, and understand it,
Yeah.
right? And I think that you as a person would have a very strong like emotional bond to street art because it is the voice of the people, and the way that you see the world is that you look at like diaspora and this and that. And I don't know if you got far in getting up, but they discussed this.
Not
You stopped.
really.
I just stopped where you were on stream, right?
Yeah, I did, and I did want to play it though because it did seem like it did touch on those topics. I just
Yeah,
haven't had the time to, but and I also like it took me a while to kind of get a handle on the controns because I was playing
on
it
the
on
controls.
stream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
I was watching you play it,
once
and
I
I was like, "This is
did,
very jank." It's like, yeah, I was watching you try to move the camera around, and it just like shakes.
it was like, oh god, I'm clipping it.
Yeah.
Or just there was like a part where it teaches you how to like sneak around and hit people with like the spray can, and I'm sneaking behind someone and they turn around but they don't see me and I'm like, oh okay. Like, but
Must be the wind.
I still panicked and I like got up and they immediately spotted me.
Yeah, no, I watched you play the whole thing. So, oh man. Okay,
Oh my gosh.
we'll talk about why I wanted you to play that when we get into like the
Yeah.
history, because it is a very accurate cultural wise game. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but so we'll get more into that afterwards. So above this, actually, I wrote Mega Bronson, former street rat. Um, and that's because at some point in my life, I decided, well, why couldn't I draw on people's walls too? Um,
Mm.
and so I was one of these people at one point in my life. And you had said in our chat, "Oh, you did really well on like your on the street art
Mm-hmm.
stuff at the top." And let me tell you, this program actually simulates using spray cans very well.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm eating a cannoli, so
Yeah, no, no, go ahead. And the reason why is when you use the highlighter, every time you go over, it gets darker and darker. And so
mm-hmm.
when you want to start like a piece or something, you would start with like a base color, usually some sort of primer, right? So like let's say that, but let's say you see how you overlapped and then it
Mm-hmm.
got darker.
Yeah.
So what people would do is they would put their base coat and then they would put the next layer. So you would be working on like the layers that you do the same way in like Photoshop, right? You would start with your bottom layer and then
Mm-hmm.
start working on the details upward until you get your final
Oh.
product. Um, I kind of didn't really understand that when I was doing this. I was like, I don't know how the highlighter works yet. And so a lot of what I drew here was a lot of me figuring it out, basically.
Mm,
But like
okay.
on for this one on the right, the just like the pink and purple bear,
Mm-hmm.
um, I did like all the outlines first and highlight, and then whenever I did the back part, it went over the highlight and then made it darker. And
Mm-hmm.
that kind of happens in the real world too. What people would usually do is they would make like a grid. If they're doing something like very complex, they would do a grid, um, and then use white to draw everything that they were gonna do. So that way, whenever
Oh.
they do the layers, the white will come through like the very bottom layers,
Oh.
but you would have your background already because that was the layer above the white. And then as you go everything else or go over everything else, um, it would like you would then just cover up whatever was under. But you can usually still see.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to like get like close. A lot of the times you look at street art and it's at a distance. So if you look at the things that I drew
Mm-hmm.
on this program, the highlights don't really make sense. The shading doesn't really make sense. It kind of just like is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And what it's doing is I'm just implying shadows and highlights because people will
Oh.
usually see it from far away. And the thing about street art is that if you're doing it illegally, you don't have the time, you don't have the you don't have the lighting, you don't have the time, you don't have
Mm.
maybe the right equipment, you don't have this or that. Getting to these spots or getting to whatever, the goals of what you're doing as a street art is how permanent can I make my art be? How fast
Oh.
can I get it up? And how fast, like what tools do I have to do what I am doing? And that's where the whatever Matthew said earlier,
Oh,
something
necessity is the
something
mother of
necessity.
invention.
Hmm. And so we can go back down to where my introduction was.
Sure.
Um, we'll go more into creativity later because I did make like a collage of like stuff that people do when
Mm-hmm.
creating street art. Um, and so we can get into who my favorite artist is. Again, this was introduced to me by my brother. Um, and this is Shepard Fairey,
Mm-hmm.
very modern artist. A lot of you probably know him from the Hope Obama campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but he still does a lot of art. He came back because the Hope Obama campaign. Like I said, street artists don't really use permission,
Mm-hmm.
and they get themselves into legal trouble a lot. And so that happened to Shepard Fairey. The image that was used for the Obama campaign was a photographer's image that was copyrighted, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, he was going through like a bunch of legal issues, and I didn't know
Oh, I didn't know
that.
that either.
But that was like his thing. Um, and so the way that I was introduced to Shepard Fairey was I think it was his first project, which was one of his friends asked him to make a sticker of Andre the Giant, or was asking him how to make stencils. And he took a random newspaper clipping of Andre the Giant, turned it into a stencil. They put it on a sticker, has that cannoli.
I can't believe you noticed.
I always look at your model because it makes me laugh whenever I see you chewing.
I like
My
muted
brain
and everything. I was like,
my brain makes this noise of nom nom
yum,
nom
yum,
nom
yum.
whenever I see you chewing.
I thought I could get away with it. Oh, really quick. I did get a notification that an ad break is gonna start. It's already been an hour. An ad break is gonna start
Oh,
soon. Do you want to just like truck on through it, or do you want to pause during the ad break?
we can
What's your
pause during the
preference?
break.
Okay. So we have
Yeah,
about like 40 seconds, so you can feel free to continue on, and then I'll let you know when the ad break hits.
I can see it actually. I'm a mod now.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So he started by creating a stencil of Andre the Giant. They put it on a sticker. And this story goes a very long time. Let's say goodnight to Ghosty.
Good night,
Have a good night, Ghosty.
Ghosty. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, hello, Clock and
And
Spiel. I saw you earlier, but I forgot to say hello.
wait, Maga Brown said, "Did you ever get a chance to play Bomb Rush Cyberpunk?" I did not.
Ooh. That sounds like it
Yeah, we'll get back to it after the break.
would. Oh, yeah, it is break time.
Yeah.
I'll I'll put folks over in the cub corner for now, and I'll mute my mic and we can still yap. All right, so welcome back from the ad break. We were reading all of your chat messages in real time during the ad break, so that's cool about the Hyperfunk game, the Bomb Rush, no, Cyberfunk game. So we'll get right back into the swing of things so that you guys can hear Mega Bronson. And then, as you can see, I added the getting up screenshot just so I don't forget. But go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so what I was saying about Shepard Fairey is I became a fan of his because it started with propaganda, and when I learned about him, I was learning about World War II propaganda at the same time. So for him, he started with his sticker that he made of Andre the Giant, um, and he called it phenomenology. I don't know if it's like an actual theory that is from anywhere else, but I learned it from, Shepard Fairey.
Mm.
And what it is basically it's like because this was before the internet, it's like a meme, right? He
Mm.
put this Andre the Giant face everywhere, wherever he could. If you messaged him or like emailed him, he would send you sticker packets, stencils, like for you to put up in your own hometown. You get posters, this and that. I actually have shirts from back then where he didn't like have the clothing brand yet, and they're just like printed on random Hanes shirts or whatever. Um, so I have these like very old shirts from back then, and it's very cool. But it's part of like his first project that got him noticed, um, where he just put everything everywhere, and his philosophy was if if you see this everywhere, like wouldn't you believe that it is something important?
Mm. Mm-hmm.
But all it is it's just a sticker of Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. And that's a
from there, he
Yeah, that's a
oh
good point too about the like it as a meme because this is pre-internet and it's funny because when I was looking into the history of like street art or like even graffiti, like there was mention of the one from World War II, the oh, why am I
yeah,
forgetting
I
the
wanted
name?
to talk about that too.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Kilroy was there.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
No, yeah, that was actually one that I would have wanted to add to the history. I was gonna like drop it in there, but I was like, whatever. I
I can
wanted
find
to
it right
finish
now.
the highlights. But yeah, if you don't know what Kilroy is here, it is a drawing or like I guess graffiti of what our military or the U.S. military they would draw it around wherever they went, and it just said Kilroy was here. But there wasn't anyone named Kilroy, right?
I don't think so. I'm trying to find a good image to like paste in here, but either it doesn't have the text or it seems very like it wasn't organically written there cuz like I even recognize the font, but I'll put it in just in
Is the
case.
face there?
The face is there, yeah.
Yeah, I think just the face is what's important because what the face is it's someone like looking over a fence or
Yeah.
looking over a wall. Yeah.
We'll put it right there.
Um, and we can, I guess, discuss this a little bit now. Our
Mhm.
military would draw this character and write Kilroy was here in like wherever they were occupying.
Mhm.
And so this is actually what I would consider street art, right?
Mhm.
It's not something that's like, oh yeah, this is like an important drawing or anything like that, but it is graffiti. It's a statement of the time, right? Because it's like, hey, you were being occupied by the U.S. military. That's why
Mhm.
this is here.
Mhm.
It's a statement of like the military's here, we're here. Uh, I don't know where else to go
Yeah.
from there,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it was spread around so much so that it's well known. Our military today still uses or still draws this character or still writes Kilroy was here.
I didn't know
Um,
that.
yeah, it's like a tradition now.
Oh,
I believe.
interesting.
At least that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's actually true, but I've been told this.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay.
Yeah. And so that's kind of how Shepard Fairey got his rise. And where I got into his career was when Obey was becoming a thing.
Yeah.
Obey uh, came from I forget the movie. I think it's
Oh, it's
not
like
The
an
Living
old
Dead.
school movie,
Yeah,
right? Is it the
where he puts the glasses on and then he could see the truth behind whatever. And so like he'll look at ads and it'll say consume. He'll look at like I think it was a billboard and it says obey. Um,
mm-hmm.
and so the glasses would tell him like what's the truth behind whatever is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so he kind of like Shepard Fairey saw that and was like, okay, so I like this is what I'm going to create. And if you look at the sticker that we have here in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
it looks a lot like a Big Brother sticker. It's
Yeah.
very 1984 or the other one. I forget what
Oh
they are.
yeah, like the Fahrenheit
1984
451.
and not Fahrenheit. A Brave New World. I
I don't
forget
remember
which one
reading it,
actually
but
had.
one of those. Yeah.
One of those. One of those had Big Brother.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, Oh yeah, clock and spiel. The dude looking over the wall. That's
Mm-hmm.
Kilroy was here. 1984 had Big Brother. Yeah, cool. Thank you,
Okay.
Cielo.
Cool, cool,
Uh,
cool.
I'm getting streamer brain a lot, so
It's okay.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
okay.
Um,
Same,
and,
brother.
and so I added this quote from Style Wars. The where I first heard this quote was from a Black Star song. And it's all you see is, and then it says crime in the city.
Crime in the City, yeah. And that looks like a
And
LA sub or any subway really, but reminds me of LA
yeah,
subway.
this is New York.
Ah.
A long time ago. And so one of the reasons why I wanted you to play Getting Up is because there is like a lot of terminology in it, and
Mm.
uh, getting up on a subway is it's called being all city because all of the
Oh.
city will see you.
Oh, okay, okay.
And the reason why I felt like I feel strongly about this image is because all you see is crime in the city is saying like to you this is crime, to me
Mm.
this is art.
Mm.
um
Oh, I like that.
but not only that, but where do you see a lot of graffiti, where do you see a lot of like vandalism or whatever where it is a crime?
I would say like, well, my knee jerk reaction was like inner city, like even within like Los Bincos, it's like never in like the outskirts or the surrounding areas. It's like in like downtown or
Mhm.
where people like don't have as many resources.
So
Glockenspiel is saying in the chat along highways, large infrastructure on the sides of buildings.
okay, so here's a different way to look at it. They're in places that are neglected often.
Ah, because no one is there to quote unquote like repair it uh
Mhm.
or see the act of like creating it.
Yes, exactly.
Mm.
And so it stays up. And so this
Mm-hmm.
is what I was getting back to, where street art, one of the big objectives is to stay up, right? So you're
Oh.
using whatever to make sure that you don't get taken down by either someone who wants to clean it, whether it be the government, or and this is going to be something that we do discuss, is getting covered by someone else. And so
Mm.
to some degree, and this happens later on in the game, you get climbing equipment to
Ooh.
hang down off of freeways to hit freeways, to hit spots that people can't get to easily, so
Oh.
that it can't be cleaned off, it can't be covered by other artists, and you're up and you're staying up. And that's
Mm-hmm.
the whole term for it, getting up. And
Oh, I
so
see.
there's different principles to street art where it's how do I get up? How do I stay up? How is my art going to stand out um, in what is essentially an extremely uh, like open field, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone can go out there and do this, and the things stopping them are either it's illegal or they don't have the resources.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so I guess from there we can go into the history, because as we talk about the history, we can talk about the culture
Sure.
um, of
Sure.
it.
So I just did like very, very light like research. I think I even like kind of like piqued your brain in terms of like what we can look into, and it was like Roman graffiti, and then you mentioned a specific person that like I don't know if this is the person you were thinking, but there is a person that is credited with being the first like street artist or like graffiti artist in the modern day. But before we get to the modern day, when people think of graffiti, like graffiti is actually just a terminology of like anything that is like written on walls. And the earliest that we can find, at least preserved really well, because no doubt this was happening all the time in the ancient world, but like some of it has been kind of lost to time. But we have a few examples from the Roman world, specifically places like Pompeii, where everything is preserved because unfortunately a huge volcano, Mount Vesuvius, exploded, landed on top of the entire immediate area, and just like preserving everything there underneath this like layer of ash and volcanic material. So it's unfortunate because so many people passed away in great pain, but we have a lot of their graffiti left behind, and this one just so happens to be like a fertility goddess, maybe Venus, alongside a stag, a kind of deer, and I won't go too much into it, but in terms of like Roman graffiti, it's just very entertaining because hello HDTQW5. It's just very entertaining because kind of like you were saying that graffiti and street art is kind of like the art of the community, the people. It's very much very similar in like Roman graffiti too, because these aren't curated messages or like big proclamations for, you know, and or it is a proclamation, but it's very like casual, scatological, you know, romantic, like it's just casual like things that people would carve in, kind of like the stereotypical like carving the initials of you and a lover in a tree. A lot of the Roman graffiti was stuff like, you know, like, oh, I, you know, testicles banged 15 women over here, or like I think Matthew's putting some stuff in the chat. I don't know the Latin, but feel free to translate for us, Matthew. But stuff like that, like, oh, I had a romantic you know, adventure here beneath the stadium, or I hate the current governor, or I hate, you know, like it's just people saying what they wanted to say. Testicles, yes. Sir Testicles, you know. And I wanted to include this one in particular, this piece of graffiti right here. Let me actually put it here, because this is actually I watched a video recently about depictions of Jesus. Yeah, Heracles is a punk. Like Sophocles, Heracles, Testicles. But there was a video about like how Jesus has been shown throughout the decades, because in a lot of like, for example, American households, you might find the brown-haired, blue-eyed, white-skinned Jesus, but over time, like he's been depicted in a bunch of different ways. And this is actually what we see here in this picture is actually one of the earliest depictions of Jesus, but it's on Roman graffiti, and it is in a mocking way. It's like it's an insult, because this is I forgot the actual caption, but it was something like, oh, this is so and so with his God, and it's showing like someone essentially with a donkey's head, but they're being crucified. So it was someone mocking like Christians, being like, oh, this is your God, you're mocking the person that got crucified. But this is actually the earliest depiction, like the definite depiction of Jesus that we can find. And then after that, then we have like more honorable, you know, like more benign depictions of Jesus, but then it varies between like whether he was brown skin, whether he had short hair, long hair, whether he had a beard, because back then you wouldn't have a beard unless you were like much older, and just a lot of like versions of that. So I just thought that was really interesting. This isn't me like any like endorsing any kind of like insult to Christianity or Jesus. I think the guy's pretty cool, but yeah, I just thought that was interesting that like this is the first depiction that we see is on graffiti. And then lastly, before I turn it back over to you again,
actually,
oh yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I would go so far as to say that Martin Luther's essays that he put on that church should be considered street art.
Oh.
Right? It's protesting the norm of the church. It is out in the public for all to see.
Mm-hmm.
It is, I don't know, that's about as far as I go, but right? It's like what is so much of street art where it is so much of a protest of the government or uh I don't know, public
Yeah.
space.
Yeah, like
Uh
I think earlier I said something like, "Oh, like this kind of graffiti isn't curated," but I feel like I misspoke. Like it is curated, but it's just not curated by like the people in power, I want to say,
mhm.
right? Like
And that's what so much of street art is. It's not about the power of who decides what is art, because it is essentially a democratic art form in
mm-hmm.
which you put your art out there, and if it stays, it is good because
Mm.
either no one can get to it or other artists see it and they go, I like that. I'm not going to cover it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so we can talk about like go overs and stuff right over. You can see that I have go overs written
Yes.
on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Uh,
I thought this was cool. I think I did see like this one too, the getting buffed one.
mhm.
A long time ago, like back when, nine
Yeah.
gag was a thing, I feel like.
There's a reason why I put that there, and because there is um an artist who got buffed and he wrote something or they wrote something on it afterwards that was so profound to me that I wanted to get it framed, but I can't find the image anymore. But
Ah.
it hit me to my core because it made me think of street art the way that I think of street art now,
Mm.
where it is this art of the people, and it is the art of people who are uh God, what's the word I'm looking for? Not discriminated against, but like,
Disenfranchised or
yeah,
just
disenfranchised. Like
yeah.
it's art for people who are disenfranchised. It is people who like yearn to create art
Mm.
but don't have the means to succeed in it, and our society has failed them or has failed for them to have their outlet.
Mm.
Um, and so this is also a very interesting conversation to have because so my interest in street art was in the early 2000s.
Mm.
And we can discuss what it has become in the next few groupings because I've added, as you can see later, it says AI.
Ah, yeah.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
what is street art now in the internet age is a discussion that um, is ongoing
Mm.
because we don't know where things are going to go from here.
Yeah.
Um, but there has been hints of things that have already happened, um,
Mm-hmm.
and things that I've had happen to me, I guess. And we'll talk
Mm.
about that when we get there.
Okay. Okay.
Um, so yeah, we can go back to cornbread.
Yeah, if well, the thing is I don't know too much about this guy either, so I think this is also going to be a good jump off point for you because I you just told me in our group chat that like, oh, there's a person that's been credited with being like the first either like graffiti tagger or like just street artist in the modern era because as I said before, like for sure this was happening since ancient times. It's just a matter of whether it's still there. And you even made the point of like what stays up is kind of like important in the sphere of like street art. So
Mhm.
the world's earliest that we know of is cornbread. It's this guy named Daryl, I think McCrae. Yeah, Daryl McCrae, who like he was at least from what I read. Quick cursory glance at Wikipedia is that like he had a pretty rough life growing up and was in a youth penitentiary for a while, and he got his nickname because he was like, you know, throwing jabs at the cook, saying like, all you do is like cook white bread. Can't you make like cornbread like my grandma makes? And he earned himself that nickname because of that. But he kind of like reclaimed that. And he started at this penitentiary, at this youth penitentiary. Him and his friends would like label things, would like, you know, write their names on it, and he wouldn't use his real name. He would use cornbread. So he's credited as being like one of the first like taggers, but that's kind of the extent of what actually, like, the little bit more that I know from the Wikipedia article is that he did go on to fund and support like youth programs, especially like worked getting more into murals and less into tagging and kind of like gang related tagging. So I don't know if I think he's still alive, but I think from here that's pretty much all I know about the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I don't actually remember who it was. I know. Okay, so I watched that documentary that I was talking about earlier, where that quote came from, and they
Mm.
discuss who it was,
Mm.
and they credited someone else, I think, because
Oh, okay.
they said, and I think it's because his writing started in a jail, whereas
Oh.
the one that they credit in the movie was like in a subway, the first time someone had written on the wall in the subway, and people were like, "Who's this person writing their name all over everything?"
I feel like
Um,
that's such an interesting topic too when it comes to street art, and like just how I guess the word is like ephemeral it can be, because like even tracking down who was the quote unquote first of like the modern era
yeah,
or in this style can be hard, because it's like, oh, this person was the first but they were in a youth penitentiary. No, this person was the
mhm,
first but they were in jail, or this person was the first but maybe it got
mhm,
covered up, you know? So I feel like that also goes very much hand in hand with like our discussion of like street art, what stays up and like, you know, what gets remembered by time because it stayed up, you know?
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so, talking about tagging was kind of the perfect way to lead into our next thing, which is the genres or the multimedia of what street art can be. And so I listed just a bunch of stuff that people do, and the reason why I had getting up as a thing is that they go through so many of what these people do. They go through
Mm.
tagging, they go through making pieces, they go through making stickers, they go through making stencils, they go through all of that. And the goal of all of this is how fast can I do my artwork and get out?
Mm.
And
Mm-hmm.
how nice can it look? How much time do I have? Like, how private is this place? This and that. There are like famous stories of like Banksy here, who I have under stencils.
Mm-hmm.
He went to is it the East Bank Wall or the West Bank Wall? And he put up paintings on the walls um, of like breaking through the wall, and on the other side is
Mm.
paradise, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and so it's kind of one of those things is what can I prepare before I even get to where I want to paint?
Oh,
And a
okay.
stencil makes that extremely easy because you just go there. And Shepard Fairey was also very well known for this. They would go out to like a Kinko's, get a big printing of something, cut it out, and then essentially just create giant stencils where once they get there, drop the stencil, paint over it, drop the next stencil, paint over it, drop the
Mm-hmm.
next stencil, paint over it. Um,
So it's
what I
quick.
had here for yeah, what I had here for Shepherd Fairy is even a level above that. This is what they do for billboards. It's called a wheat paste, and I have one
Mm.
there on the right side. Um,
Yeah, I remember you. Oh, this one?
on the right.
Oh, on the.
Um, yeah. So that is a wheat paste. And
Mm-hmm.
what that is it's essentially the same thing that they do for billboards. They take a mixture of glue, water, I don't know what else, I don't remember anymore. And they would just take a giant printout and glue it up onto a wall. Because
Mm.
instead of I'm here and I'm painting something, it's I'm here and I'm just putting up essentially a billboard really quickly.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And I,
interesting.
I chose, yeah, I chose that one specifically because you can see it tearing off,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a permanent type thing as paint is, but if you're in a high visible area, you might want to do something that is quick so that you can get out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so let's go up. Uh, oh, so
Back up
it
here?
looks legit while they're setting it up. Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of stuff that they do. And speaking of camouflage, there is, man, I don't remember the artist. I don't remember if it's Banksy, but what they would do is they would drive a truck and they would wear a high visibility vest.
Ah.
And that way, what it looks like is it looks like it's a worker,
Mm-hmm.
someone who's there that's supposed to be painting.
Mm-hmm.
And so they would start doing their art, and then when they get approached by anyone, they say, "Oh yeah, I'm here to work. The owner inside said that I can. Um, you just go ask the owner." And so then the cops would walk away to go ask the owner, and they would just leave.
Oh, I love that. Because no one ever questioned someone in a high vis like
Yeah, because
vest.
they're
Yeah.
just like, "Yeah, I'm supposed to be here."
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so there were ways that people were kind of like using as much trickery as they can, doing being as creative as they can to get away. Yeah, high
Mm-hmm.
visibility. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly, exactly, folk.
Um, and two, they're in a work truck. It's like, oh yeah, I got look at all this equipment. What do you mean? Like you think I'm some graffiti artist? Like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Home Alone.
Uh, and so there were all these ways of doing these things. Invader is a little bit different. I don't know if he actually makes the tiles beforehand, but I did want to show kind of the creativity of what street art can look like.
Mm-hmm.
And so what he does is he creates the oh yeah the clipboard and script. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
uh, they would like pretend to be cops and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and so Invader would take just tiles, just everyday tiles, create 8-bit art, and then put it up somewhere. And Invader's
Oh.
very famous. So is Banksy. Like
Mm-hmm.
they have essentially been accepted into the fine art world.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see them at galleries and stuff. Futura 2000, you very likely wouldn't see him outside of a um, like street art gallery,
I
basically.
see. And what's
And the fact that
interesting
street art
about
gallery is
sorry,
crazy.
sorry. I was just
Oh no, no, yeah, no, no,
gonna
go ahead.
say that it's very interesting seeing the Futura 2000 Atom tag after the what's it called style study that I did yesterday, and we were talking about like abstract expressionism and how some of Pollock's works I don't really like personally vibe with, but then I looked
Mhm.
at like a predecessor, someone who did the same technique but earlier and with like colors that more appeal to me. Um, Janet Sobel, and like now that I'm seeing like their works compared to like this one, Futura 2000, like it does feel like there's kind of like a line connecting them. Because I'm like
Mhm.
looking at all of these, like it's the same design over and over again, but to me, because of like the colors he used, for example, it's a little bit more appealing in that way. As much as I could also see people saying that it's not appealing because it's like, it might be roughed or it might be blurry, but
Mhm.
just this act of like repeatedly making like the same design over and over again. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm just like a long way of me saying that like I don't know. I find this very visually appealing because like there's something like unrefined about it, but I also don't want that to sound like an insult. You know?
Okay, so I think of this in a way because I knew a tagger. Well, he was in a gang.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but at the time he would draw butt all the time as a joke.
Uh huh.
And so he would draw it everywhere. And it's honestly it's how I learned how to draw butt.
Mm.
Or like a cart like a caricature of a butt
Yeah.
or like a yeah, like a symbol of a butt.
Yeah.
But it, it was like you know that this person is a tagger, but they like to draw a butt and they draw it everywhere, and it's something that they repeat so often that you can start seeing the pattern of what they're doing over and over and over again, that you can kind of see like it becomes their signature. And that's kind of what
Mm.
this is what the atom tag is, and that's what tags are. And in essence it's also kind of what so much of modern day street like art and graffiti is, instead of, hey, I have art to show people, it's, this is my signature is the art. This is my name. I have turned my name into the art because I'm not
Mm.
going to make an art piece and then write my name. I am the art.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
and it's kind of, snobby, but it, when you think of it as these are artists who didn't get any education or training or anything like that, what do you have other than your name?
Mm.
And so when you think of it like that, it's like I don't like before I went to any art classes, I never thought of drawing and going, I'm gonna sit down and draw an apple,
Mm-hmm.
right? And like that's kind of what everyone starts off with. They start off with still life.
Mm-hmm.
So like if you have this want to create art, how do you even start?
Mm-hmm.
Right? What do you even do? What do you even think of? And so if you do scroll up to where I made a bunch of drawings,
Mm-hmm.
I made one letter B
Oh yeah.
because if I did everything, it would take forever.
Yeah.
Um, and I wrote a note that just said, "What can a bee look like when you don't care what a bee should look like?" And that's
Mm-hmm.
kind of what street art is, right? It's like, how do I take something that is so simple, just my name, and I turn a letter B into multiple lines outside of a 2D plane,
Mm-hmm.
uh, where maybe it's glossy, maybe it has a shadow, a fake highlight, this and that, right? Like stuff in this does not make sense, but it's supposed to be a B. Ooh, actually, okay. There is a quote that I put in our gaming Discord in the art thing, and it's from Ghostface Killer. Um,
I see it. Yeah. Do,
yeah.
I can. I'll copy it right now and I'll put it right here. There we go. It's pasted on there. Would you want me to read
Mhm.
it? Do you want to read it? Do we just let the
Uh,
audience appreciate it?
I can read it. Am I allowed to curse?
Of
Oh wait,
course
hold
you
on. Does
are.
he say? Hold on, I gotta see. Okay, he does say it. There's a
Oh
word
yeah,
in
don't
there
say
that yeah.
don't say that word. You could say the other
I can say
word.
that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not asking you for permission on that word. This is a quote from Ghostface Killer that I saw recently, and I loved it. I don't give a fuck if you don't know what I'm talking about. This is art. When you go see a painting on the wall and it looks bugged out because you don't know what the fuck he thinking because he ain't got no benches, no trees there, it's just a splash. The guy didn't know what the fuck it is.
I
The
remember.
artist doesn't
Yeah,
know what
that's a
the fuck
good
it is.
quote.
And and so the reason why I brought this up is because, right, like who as an artist that doesn't have the resources to become an artist, what do they think? What do they create? And that's why I say like when you look at the things that I drew, there is a lot of fake highlights. The highlights don't really make sense. The shadows don't really make sense. There's no real lighting coming from somewhere. I just made it because it implies
Hmm.
shadow or sheen or dripping or this and that. This is what I made, and that quote is saying, if you look at it and you want to go, this is whatever, this is garbage. No one cares
Hmm.
about this. You don't understand lighting or proper focal point of views or this or that. No,
Hmm.
Ghostface Killer is saying it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This art is art because an artist made it.
Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
it. And that's kind of what I like about street art. But,
Yeah.
and this is where we can go into what buffing is. And there's buffing for the government buffing you, or even another artist buffing you. And this is where the democracy of street art comes in. So the second line. So when I talk about street art and how it is a very saturated like medium,
Mm-hmm.
there are other street artists. There are other street artists that aren't going to like you. There are going to be other
Mm.
crews that don't like you, other crews that don't like your crew, gangs that don't want you there. You might run into homeless people that don't
Mm.
want you writing places, don't want you drawing places, don't want you there at all. Um, and so there are what is called go-overs. This is when a street artist doesn't like what you do, and this is also part of why I wanted you to play, or at least know about Getting Up.
Yeah.
In Getting Up, you go over other people's artwork.
Yeah, huh?
And
Yeah.
what's funny is what they call like new artists or noobs or whatever. They call
Mm-hmm.
them toys, and that is a
Mm.
real world phrase. And I just think that's hilarious. Because
Toys.
imagine like current, yeah, it's it's an old phrase
Mm-hmm.
or it's an old term, but like think about like nowadays and calling someone a toy, and it's kind of just like that's a really cute insult. It's very
You're
sweet.
such a toy. It's like saying like you're such a
Yeah,
card.
yeah. It's like considering how many slurs I've been called over Call of Duty, like
In one
being
lobby
called,
alone. It's
yeah.
like oh, just a toy? I'll gladly take that.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I am small and cute. Thank you. But, but yeah, so in the real world, yes, go-overs happen. People
Hmm.
aren't gonna like you. In tagging, it's called crossing someone out. You just draw a line through their name and then put your own. And I know artists, and there's like clips and stuff of like street artists who'll do this, where it's like, okay, this is actually my friend. I'm gonna cross them out and then write over it.
Okay.
And it's like a hee hee ha ha, like, oh, these people have beef for the people who don't actually know. Um,
Ah, okay.
and so this guy became very famous because he would particularly go over people even if they were famous. But what he would
Ooh.
do is he created this character, and I think it's an ice cream monster type thing. But
Huh.
he called it a buff. It was a buff monster.
Hmm.
He would go over other people's work, but he would manipulate it instead sometimes if he liked them, and instead incorporate his character into their artwork so that it looks like they did a collaboration.
Oh, interesting. It's like
And
interacting
he,
with the art that's already there.
yes,
Mm.
um, and not only that, but I do have something later that talks about art that interacts with the stuff that's already there.
Mm.
Um,
Hmm.
but so yeah, there are go-overs, rival gangs, rival crews, rival people. If you're solo, you're called a oneer. Like when you're tagging or doing graffiti, you would draw a one and then an R next to it, and that's to tell people that you're solo. You're treated a little bit better as a solo artist,
Oh,
right? Like
interesting.
yeah, like a crew, like if they ran into you, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm a oneer, it's just me. They're less likely to beat your ass, basically.
It's interesting because
Uh,
it's almost like to make a comparison like VTuber like companies
Indie.
versus like an indie, yeah.
Mhm. That's exactly. Actually, I thought about that comparison earlier too, uh, where like what Randon would be an indie, and
Yeah.
then the Vishojo people
Ye-
are a crew to that would jump him if they caught her in the wrong place.
well, I think Bishojo is the one that doesn't exist anymore, right? But yeah, like basically
Yeah.
yeah, like a company not jumping, but there would be, maybe like there might be some beef. Imagine getting
Some
your
beef.
ass kicked by a Gen or Hololive. A Gen of Hololive. Harpsichord Enjoyer, hello. The kicking scene from JoJo, yeah, yeah. But okay, cool to know. What is the one? What does the R stand for in one R?
It's just one. So it's oneer
Oh,
is
wonder.
like
Oh, okay.
yeah. So it's like saying like a runner or like a dancer or a writer. It's one R,
I
and that's it.
see. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people can spell it out. They would write one ER or one or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It
Mm-hmm.
would be spelled like this.
Are you drawing it somewhere?
I just
Oh
typed
no,
it.
you're putting in chat. Okay, cool. One or oh, I see. I see.
Yeah,
I
and
see.
it's to say, like, basically, hey, I'm a solo person. If you catch me out here, I don't mean to have any problems with anyone. I just want to draw or write or create. Um, so, like I said, I am from the early 2000s. I don't know what the climate is like nowadays. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
people are friendly, but back then it very much wasn't friendly. Um,
Ah,
and I think I had some culture shock later. I'll talk about this later with the
sure.
artist Morley. I had some culture shock because my friend was like, "Hey, you want to go to the street art show?" And we went, and it was very like Tumblr high school girl
Oh.
street art. Um, and that's not to say that it was bad, but it was very culturally different than what I had grown up with, right? Because we are
Oh.
90s children,
Yeah.
and when we think of graffiti and tagging, it was usually gangs.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, it became crews, and then there were these oneers. But at some point, there were people who were kind of just like Tumblr artists who were like, "Oh yeah, I do street art," and it was, it felt, I don't want to say fake, but it felt,
Mm.
um,
It was
what's the
just
term? Like
like
it's on the face, like they're just like
almost like
surface level.
appropriating like what you were familiar
Kind of,
with.
yeah, yeah. Performative is probably the better one.
Oh.
Gentrified street art is. So the thing is I wouldn't call street art gentrified because I do believe that um, it is actually a democracy, and people of every class and stature and whatever can create street art. I'm thinking of the old guy right now on his driveway, and this was during the BLM stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
he put Black's Rules on his driveway as a like, oh, I'm being a victim type thing.
Oh, okay.
But like when I think about it, and I'm just like, that's street art. God, that is my
That's
bro. Wow, famous Matthew.
famous.
When I go to New York, I want you to take me to that house so I can take a picture with that driveway.
I'm so curious because I feel like I've heard this story, but I want to see like because I feel like stylistically,
I mean, that's all it is. It's just artwork, or it's not. It's just writing. It's just spray
oh
paint
my
and
god,
writing. And I believe the A was an anarchy symbol, and I was like, this is so funny
I
because
found it. It's this one, and it's like
yeah,
I was gonna say like stylistically, you can kind of tell whether or not it's legit. Like, 'cause it's kind of like when someone I think someone did something similar, but it was like anti-Chinese, and they tried to do like Chinese characters, but anyone who was Chinese was like, "That's not the stroke order. This was not written by like a Chinese person."
but I see this and I'm just like, you know what? He's trying to make a point and he's doing what he can with what tools he has. He has a driveway. He has his own spray paint. He's trying to make a message. Was it a good message? I mean, come on.
I mean, come on. I think having this right under the Ghostface Killer like quality. The person who did it don't know what it is.
Oh man. Like, like
Wow.
you understand like what I think of as street art, where I am even going to
Poetry.
bastardize. I'm going to bastardize my own philosophy and be like, yeah, that's street art because
Well, it's like the whole like what's that quote? Like I might not agree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it, you know? That
mm,
like this is street art because it is like following the same ideals of street art, even though the message itself like well, the actual message ostensibly like yeah, blacks do rule, but like the intent behind putting it is like I might not agree with why you did that, but in essence, it does follow.
yeah. In essence, my guy here just created street art. Hey, it's
Yeah.
illegal too.
It's
He's, it's,
like,
it's fraudulent activities, man.
oh
It
my
might be your
gosh.
it might be your driveway, but you're
Oh my gosh. Hello, Bear
accusing
Wear
people.
Bear.
Ooh, Doron.
Dude, yeah. Hello, Bear Wear Bear. We are collabing with Mega Bronson and we're learning more about street art. And it's been great so far. It's been fantastic. All these things about talking about like this is a democratic art movement, especially because like I'm doing these decade studies and like the closer we get to like contemporary times like the 2020s, the more I'm like getting a little bit nervous because it's like I don't know what art movements we have in the contemporary times because it's become all very lumped together. But this is like a fair argument for like street art did come out of like contemporary times, and this is like arguably like an art, well, not arguably, it is an art movement. So yeah, this has been cool so far.
Hello, Bear Wear Bear. Okay. So there's this other one, and I put this here because I couldn't find the one that I really wanted, but I think this is fine. So this is an artist, his name is Mobster, and what happens is he will find recently buffed areas, places that were cleaned by the government.
Mm.
Um, and then he would write over it. It would get cleaned. He would write over it. It would get cleaned. He would write over it. It would get cleaned. He would write over it. And it is a very visual like storytelling of what graffiti art is, right? It's this wall got covered, someone painted over it to clean it. This wall, yes, exactly. Glockenspiel. It's basically a conversation.
Hmm.
The way that I view street art is a conversation.
Hmm.
It is the people who want to create this art, and sometimes they have something to say, and sometimes that thing they have to say is very important.
Hmm.
Um, but it is so very often, where the artist got the cleaner to paint the wall red. No, but that artist is Mobster.
Oh.
The one where he got him to paint the wall red. It's the same artist. Um, and so what street art to me is, and what it discussed later on Getting Up, and what Obey Propaganda, this is the part that I felt very much that I loved about it, is that there are so many people with messages. For example, that guy up there, um, with something to say
Hmm.
that oftentimes falls on deaf ears.
Mm.
And sometimes street art is their way of crying out. It is their way of trying to say something.
Hmm.
And sometimes these artists will find each other, and it's not going to be a beef. It's not going to be, oh, I don't like you're not supposed to be in my territory, this or that. It's, hey, I actually like how you did this. How did you do this? What was your technique to do this and that? Um, as I was saying back earlier with the Crayola thing, I had a cousin that pioneered um, techniques that became mainstream in street art culture.
Oh, cool.
They yeah, they started creating spray paint, like spray paint caps that would do like flares and stuff, because
Oh.
what they would do is they would put needles in the spray paint cap and then melt it in certain angles or ways so that when it comes out of the can, it would create kind of like calligraphy or whatever this and that.
Oh,
Um,
that's so cool.
and to even go back to because I brought up calligraphy and I wanted to say like oh like these taggers because tagging is like kind of a lower or considered to be a lower art form of
Mm.
the graffiti like street art world.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they oftentimes know calligraphy, and
Mm-hmm.
like when you think of tagging and calligraphy, you think of this skill set that they have. This is the way that they are able to transfer that art,
Mm-hmm.
right? They have to they're taggers, and this is how they can get that out.
Mm-hmm.
So we can go back to
Sure.
because there are these other kind of like lesser like graffiti styles, but they exist because of the what you need to do, right, to get up. You have speed, you have this, you have that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so, but before I get to that, the mobster getting buff thing,
Yeah.
the this guy got cleaned off the wall. There's an image that I wanted to save. I don't know where it is anymore, but what it is it's like under a freeway that had just recently been cleaned. Um, and then this person had then written over it, and it said something along the lines of, "I noticed that you used this type of paint. Personally, I would have used a paint that would have lasted longer. Um, this is the paint that I would recommend. However, and like it's like I would go into more detail, but it's more weather resistant and it's a little bit more expensive. However, I realize that you probably don't really care this much because you're like this is part of your job. Um, how, and then I think like the last line, and this is the one that like hits me is that he goes, "Unfortunately, I have to run off now. Um, I would love to talk about this more, but unfortunately, we're in two different places."
Mm.
And when I think about that, like unfortunately, we're in two different places. I think of um, like there was this guy who is there to clean or to paint over essentially graffiti,
Yeah.
and then there is someone who wants to create art in that same spot. And when that person who wants to create that art is looking at this person getting paid to cover up other people's art,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of creates this hurt,
Mm-hmm.
right? This like I wish I could get paid to be painting. I wish I could create this art and make money for it.
Mm-hmm.
And it creates this like poignant point because I guess it creates this point of there is so much that people want to do, but will never be able to because there are other like like I don't want to say like things stopping them,
Mm-hmm.
but you can say that too, whether it be money, resources,
Yeah.
uh,
Power.
power, like
Mm-hmm.
this and that. And so what that like conversation to me is here's this guy who wishes he could be painting on these walls versus a guy who probably hates doing this as a job and doesn't have any care for it and is just using whatever kind of paint,
Mm-hmm.
whatever this, just get in, do your job and leave.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what hurts is seeing the unfortunately we're in two different places and I have to leave. I don't
Mm-hmm.
have the time. I don't have the resources, but I wish I were doing what you were doing while you do it poorly.
Yeah.
Uh,
And it's also just like it's poignant on so many levels, but it is also like a bit of this, well, that's probably like the last exchange they'll have, and these people might cross paths every day but not know it. And like I don't know, there's just a lot. It's also like the it reminds me so much of those stories of like Batman and the Joker, where like Joker has every opportunity to like figure out who Batman is, but he likes the chase, or he likes the relationship that they have, like this like adversarial relationship that they have. So it's also like a little bit of poignancy of like, I wonder how the worker felt when he saw that, like, well, at least he doesn't have to cover up this wall anymore, but now there's no one to have this conversation, this quote unquote conversation with anymore.
well, the thing too is that that worker's probably never going to see that.
Mm-hmm.
That that conversation isn't for them. That conversation is for us. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We're here wishing that we could be other people,
Mm-hmm.
where we should just be those people.
Mm-hmm.
We have an ad coming up.
Yeah, I know you could see it, so let me go ahead and go to recess. And yeah, so we'll go to ad break right now, and then we'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm gonna mute my mic, and yeah, we'll go from there. All right, welcome back, Babing Cubs. Welcome back. We got our break in. I finished my cannoli. Mega Bronson's back too, so let's go ahead and get back to class. All right. Before the ad break, we left off on like such a. It's been like good notes in general. Oh, Bear said that it's so fleeting. Yeah, we were talking about the conversation that was happening, with the buff piece.
Yeah, I think so much of street art for me is this fleeting idea because it is so hard to get noticed. It is so hard to become an artist as a street artist. Like all of these people that I am bringing up, a lot of you guys have never even heard of. And that's fine. Some of them are very famous. I know Banksy, Shepard Fairey, both very famous. Invader, famous in spaces. LA, he would be very famous for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like outside of LA, I don't really know exactly how famous he would be, but he is well known internationally in the art space. Mobster, not very well known. Glue Society, I honestly pulled that out of a blog, but I needed something for a sculpture, and the only other sculpture I could think of was the naked Donald Trump that happened recently. Uh, I didn't want to put that out.
Put that on. Maybe for the best,
Um,
maybe.
yeah. But yeah, I for me, so much of street art is fleeting because a lot of people don't find success in it.
Mm.
Um, a lot of people do it for the love of it, and I think that is why I love street art. It is a very romantic kind of art philosophy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And like when you think of, um, I guess romantic philosophy, it is this like naturally growing, like it's just people who wanted to create art, and now here they are creating art.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, yeah. Um, yeah, I threw that on there because street art does come up in like sculptures, and as you had when you first started, we had the Watts Towers and the
Yeah.
Lenin sculpture. Um, this is very hard to pull off as like independent street artist who doesn't have like the resources or paid to create it.
I was wondering about that because like up until now like the theme has been like this immediacy on like getting your artwork like on there, having it stay there. So that's and like using materials that are a little bit more accessible, so like spray paint, wheat paste, all of that. And then when I see the sculpture, it's like, oh, that looks like it was, like I don't know what the material is, but it looks like it's a bit hardier, and it looks like something that wouldn't be as easy to make and or like transport with like immediacy. So, do you have any like background on the sculpture at all? Because it's just interesting
that
considering everything we talked
sculpture,
about.
no, but
Mm.
I do have so sculptures I'm using very loosely. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of times it's kind of just this artist left a statue somewhere or some sort of something somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a very famous one. So a lot of times this is just looked at as littering. If we're gonna be like
Mm.
a law-abiding person, it's just like, oh, someone left junk here, let's throw it out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what usually happens to these. Sometimes they can get bolted down and whatnot, and if the artist is able to do that. Like I said, so the way that you looked at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a hardy thing. It's big. It's kind of like they can't get in and out. This is one of those projects that would be a high visibility vest type situation, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because, like, just think about the way that when you saw it, you immediately went, that's not graffiti." So they like look at that thing. They couldn't like they're not here to just drop this off and dip,
And dip.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the thing that does happen. Those kind of sculptures do happen. People drive up in a moving truck, fucking
Mm-hmm.
pull out whatever they're doing, drop it off, and then leave. I believe that's what happened with the statue of naked Trump.
Oh. Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
they pulled up in a truck, drop them off. It's like 500 something pounds. No one's gonna move it by themselves,
Yeah, I'd
and
imagine
then they just leave.
even if you did have the high visibility vest, people would still be like, "Hey, what the heck is that?"
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah. But it's like this one specifically, right? Just think about the way
Mhm.
that you saw it.
Mhm.
You didn't think of it as graffiti.
Mhm.
Um, however, there is a famous, I think it was Banksy, where he left a like prisoner. It wasn't like not an actual prisoner, but it was like a mannequin
Mm.
in an orange jumpsuit with a bag over its head. And I forgot the message. I think it was like something about Guantanamo Bay or something.
Yeah.
Um, but he left it tied to the fence in Disney World or Disneyland. I don't remember which. Which he was detained for and whatnot. I think he wasn't arrested and he wasn't charged. Um, but that is a example of a sculpture in street art and graffiti. One that
Mhm.
isn't like this, right? Like this is very like big, right? Like you can tell. Like I kind of just threw this in there because I couldn't think of anything at the time.
Uh huh.
There's like another one where I think someone got like a phone booth, like the red ones from like the UK,
Oh, okay, okay.
and I forget what they did to it, but they essentially dropped one off, and it had like something in it, or it was some sort of art installation.
Mhm.
I I can't remember what it is though, and I wish I did because sculptures I think are very cool. One of the ideas that I had was I used to live near like an alleyway that would have piles of junk.
Mhm.
And one of the things I wanted to do was for everything that had like a window or like a mirror or something, where it like I would break the glass and then underneath the glass would be some sort of like oil painting of a landscape.
Ooh.
And
Oh.
that way it's like every like thing that had glass was essentially a portal or a window into like another world or another landscape or another this or that.
That'd be
Um,
sick. That'd be awesome.
yeah. Uh, I don't do that anymore, so if anyone wants to steal that, you can go ahead.
I was gonna say
Um,
like you could even do that like if not in real life with like physical material, then like if you learn Blender or something, I feel like that'd be doable. But I wonder if that kind of takes away the original intent of what you were saying to just make it digitally versus traditionally and like in person, you know?
no, and I think I will cover that discussion when we get to the
Ah,
internet.
okay,
Yeah, street
okay.
art in the internet age, right?
Okay.
Because the streets are no longer streets.
Mm.
And so I wanted to just put some more stuff here that were like, this is street art. You probably don't think of it. Um, Stickers, which is a very
Sticker.
normal thing. It's a very quick way to get up any artwork, your tags or whatever, without even like stopping to write or doing this or that. Um, you just walk over, slap a sticker onto like an electrical box or something or a wall or something, just
Mm-hmm.
walk away and it's fine. LED throwies, what those are, this was something that started coming up when I was moving out, I guess, is what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
They did not last long because at some point, and I don't think it was Invader, but Adult Swim had an artist put up one of the
Oh,
Aqua Teen Hunger Force
the
aliens.
pixel guy, right? The one who like can extend his middle finger, that thing?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Um, and they put him on a bridge with LEDs, and they called the cops because people thought it was a bomb. Uh,
Oh.
yeah, throwies, they were fun to make. Gojikins this.
There you go.
Yeah. Fellow degenerate. Uh, so what throwies are is it's an LED. You strap it onto a battery, you strap it onto a magnet, and then you throw it up to anything that's magnetic. Um,
Mm.
there are videos of people covering like an LA Metro bus with them. and then when they drive off, it's just this bus covered in LED
Oh
lights
my
just driving
gosh.
around. So it looks like Christmas. You can kind of see it in this picture. I didn't realize how dark this would look on stream.
Hmm.
Um, but it's the underside of a bridge
Yeah.
covered with LED lights.
Yeah.
Um,
Like
and
Christmas
I thought this
lights.
was really cool because like I think adding this like extra element to what your artwork could be or what artwork could look like was something very like intriguing to me.
Hmm.
Um, and it also intrigues me a lot. I'm gonna get into some lore of me being salty as a kid.
Go for it.
Uh, yeah, so we had an art competition in my class, and I had like worked on this piece that I was doing, and I remember like fusing the colors with my colored pencils and all of this and that. And the person who won was someone who had used like aluminum foil and like kind of scraped it onto their art to create like a metallic look to their art. Basically, we
Hmm.
all had the same thing to do. I just spent like my time on like creating like shadows and like layers of color and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell? Aluminum foil. Um,
How dare
but
they?
yeah, as I got older and kind of like looked at all these different methods of how to do things, it instead of me being salty, I was kind of inspired by it where I was like, yeah, what can I use to get the effect that I want, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you think of sound in movies and when it's raining, but really it's frying chicken.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, the I forgot what that's called. The there's a specific name for a Foley art. It's like
no,
making those sound effects.
oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but like, okay,
Bless you, beans.
Thank you.
but you means
Mega Bronson also said bless you.
Thank you.
Oh, we also got a raid. Zako, hello. Thank you for the raid.
hello, Zako.
We're currently collabing with Mega Bronson and we're learning about street art. So, bless your tiny cotton socks and bless you means the chat is also saying bless you.
Thank you.
Hello,
So,
Xenon. Welcome.
hello Xenon, hello Zako, thanks again for the raid. Yeah, we are in the middle of a collab and we're talking about cool street art and we just left off on talking about LED throwies and yeah, just this like, oh yeah, you were talking about like this art project or this art competition, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
I mean, that's about all I have to
Oh,
say
okay,
about
okay.
that. But it when I think of LED throwies now, I think of like what are the different ways? What are the things that I have? Like what resources do I have to create art? And what are the unconventional things that I can do to enhance it or create something new or do this or that? And so that actually leads into our next part, which I've seen some of this before,
Mm-hmm.
especially the yarn bombing.
Yes, yes.
Uh, However, the plant bombing I have never seen. And I went, wait, that's actually really cool. I've seen kind of plant bombing, but not really. It's kind of a thing of this guy who goes around with like a shaker of like natural or California
Like
native
seeds and
plants.
stuff,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I've
And
seen
he'll
that
just
too,
go around
yeah.
and just drop seeds everywhere. And I like to me, that's exactly the same thing as this, right? It's still plant bombing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for this, it's very interesting because I was thinking of your thoughts on brutalism and
Mm.
plants, and like, what if you just left the plants there? What if you
Yeah.
found these buildings of whatever and started just planting things there? Oh, have you heard of a bee bomb? It's like a pellet of wildflower seeds and you throw it into lawns and shit. Yeah. Like that's one of those things that that guy does. It's wildflower seeds that he just drops and he has it in a shaker and he skates around the city just
Mm.
shaking down whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I thought that was very cool because I have a very romantic philosophy to life, like hippies and goths and all of that. I very much identify with. Um,
Hmm.
and so when actually, I feel like the idea of plants overrunning brutalism is also a very romantic kind of architecture idea.
Yeah, I agree. And also, really quick, thank you, Kirill Leviathan, for joining the class. Glad to have you here. But yeah, like this idea of like brutalism with the plants. And then I remember when I was making my Go classroom, when they added this update where you can like add little plants to things, like the idea of nature taking over, nature taking back over, like this idea of a soft apocalypse where like humans are gone, but like nature is kind of like reclaiming everything back is also like pretty romantic in a way of like the whole like life finds a way
Yeah,
type ish.
and I agree. I like that's one of the things that I really enjoy about post-apocalyptic like video games. So like
Mm.
The Last of Us is my number one probably video game. That's my
Mm.
favorite. Like it's top two, and it's not two. Um, and it's because of that like environment that you get thrown into of what does it mean to survive in this world, and what does it mean to still be human in
Mm.
a world that does not want you to be human, I guess. Um,
Oh.
and so
Oh.
that's what I think about like the romantic philosophy. I also do something similar where I keep a bag of seeds that have like tons of different wildflower seeds, and whenever I am in a lawn or a park, drop a few of them around just to add a little bit more color in life. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I
Hmm.
agree. I think people should do that. I think more people should do that more often. And as a disclaimer,
Yeah, this is not us
it's
endorsing
not
it or anything, but you
endorsement
know.
of any illegal activities. And I say this because what I'm about to say is very illegal. I had a friend that would drop a different kind of seed around the LA area. It wasn't legal at the time. It kind of is.
Oh.
Is it fully legalized now? I don't
I
know.
don't know if I catch your drift. I feel like it
Yeah,
is
it starts with an
legal.
M.
Yeah, it's legal to ingest in your choice of ingestation. But I don't know about
Okay,
growing. I don't know about growing, if I'm being honest.
okay. I think you can grow two for personal use.
Mm.
However, this guy was like, because at the time we were young. I was in ninth grade, probably eighth, ninth grade.
Oh, okay, okay.
He started very early.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and whenever he got seeds and whatever he bought, he would go around and just drop them in places and be like, "I wonder if this is gonna grow." Uh,
Ah, okay. Hippie apple seed. That's what Glockenspiel
yeah,
said.
yeah,
A budding
basically.
plant.
Uh, but yeah, so I guess that's street art.
It is, and I think like the running like kind of theming I'm seeing with especially with these last few like the stickers, the LED throwies, the gorilla crochet, and the gorilla gardeners. This whole thing of like changing the world around you in kind of like small but also noticeable ways. The last two, especially crochet and gardening, does feel like I know like people, especially myself, have been overusing the term like whimsy or whimsical, but it almost does feel like we're adding a little bit more whimsy or a little bit more life, and even what Xenon said, like a little bit more color to the world around us. And I kind of like how you incorporated like the discussion on brutalism because the big critique of brutalism is that it's so indicative of this like rising fascism. And thank you for joining the class, Xenon. It feels very indicative or like symbolic of like rising fascism or like brutality, even though the etymology of brutalism isn't that. But so the idea of adding like some greenery around it feels like it's reclaiming back I don't know, like the humanity, the life, the nature of that space, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think that is important because at the end of the day, everyone everyone is an artist, right? Like
Mhm.
I'm gonna
Mhm.
ratatouille everyone. Uh, Everyone can be an artist.
Mhm.
It just depends on what you're trying to make or what you're trying to do or what is your message to the world.
Mhm.
If your only goal is to make art, just make it, right?
Mhm.
It's not a
Mhm.
ghost face kill, all right?
Exactly. Exactly.
And like I added these because they are whimsical, right? Everyone has this like idea of street art
Mhm.
being this like urban kind of like it has to be one way or another. But no, it doesn't. Look at these people who are crocheting things on the street.
Mhm.
One of my favorite ones was it's like a small budding tree, and then they gave it a little sweater. I didn't put it in this one, but
Yeah.
they gave a
Yeah.
tree a little sweater, and I thought it was hilarious. I loved it.
I think I know what you're
And,
talking about too. Yeah.
yeah, and like I think things like that, like it's so creative. It's so like this and that, and like even onto the next one, which is the Pavel, using the environment that already exists to create art. And this is something that a lot of street artists talk about, and this is finding a spot, right?
Mhm.
Finding a spot that you can't recreate, you can't get buffed from, you can't get this or that. Like as someone who has, been out in the streets and drawing, I look at someone who would do something like this and go, wow, they saw a lamppost and their brain said it's the side of an eyeglass piece.
Mhm.
And then they decided to create that. There are like, man, I forget who it is, but there's an artist who will find like spots on like a building and it would look like, oh, like this kind of looks like a dog. And he would turn whatever that is into a dog.
Mhm.
And I think that that is very neat because what you're doing is you're taking what is already there and like turning it into something whimsical, something artsy, something fun.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I think the world should have more of that. There should be more of that. And so when we discuss street art and it's always about graffiti or tagging or making pieces or murals or this and that, it's always spray paint and it's always this and it's always that. I I I like having the discussion of, well, have you seen these people who make crochets of whatever? Have you seen this guy who's creating Lego sculptures and putting them in this place? Have
Mm.
you
Mhm.
seen there are people who will fill like potholes with God, what is it called? The clear, not plexiglass.
Poly.
It's a liquid,
I
and then it
forgot.
hardens.
Yeah. There. Oh my
I thought
God.
it
Why
was
am I also
poly
forgetting it?
something.
I was gonna say like polyurethane, but it's not. Epoxy.
Epoxy, yes.
Epoxy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, resin, epoxy resin.
Mhm.
And they'll create like a little
Like a fishbowl, or
yeah, like a fishbowl or
oh.
like a little Terra something.
Oh. Now I'm also getting the streamer debuff.
Yeah,
Terrarium.
I forget the
Terrarium.
name. Terrarium. Yeah, so they
Yeah.
would make like a terrarium, cover it in epoxy inside of a pothole, and then they would clean the top off, and it looks like, there's a window down into a world below.
Mm.
And
Mhm.
like that is street art also,
Yes.
right? A
Yes.
lot of times people will look at, and I'm not saying like, hey, like it's not like don't look at graffiti and go, oh, that's bad street art. You can be more creative. No, this is a discussion of like everything,
Yeah.
loving all of it and
Mhm.
understanding that these people saw something creatively and then created it, and
Mhm.
that's it. And it comes from a place of I know a lot of people who look very much down on street art,
Mhm.
and like this conversation is something that I wish that they would have.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Cause like just
and
personally too, like I feel like while I never like look down at street art personally. It's just something that was never on my radar as much as like the art that they teach you in any like art history 101 course. Whereas like I feel like they don't go as much into street art. Like even when you get into like modern contemporary art classes, with the exception being like Banksy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I feel like for many people who get educated in art history, it's like you go from Keith Haring and then you go to Banksy and that's
Yeah.
it. Everyone in between doesn't exist.
And it's also like it depends on the class too, but it also feels very neutered politically sometimes when they talk about like Keith Haring's art was very political, and like same with like very obviously like Banksy's art is also like very political too, but sometimes they depending on the class they'll kind of neuter it in favor of just like the aesthetics, and I feel like the politics here are very much like inherent to the street art in many ways, alongside the whimsy, alongside the like fun of it. And I just think of that because of what Xenon said too in the chat of like grass lawns being too plain. I think there is also like a political like not to get too much into like the political like soapbox, but like I think not politics, but lawns are known to also be just not good for the environment because of like all the water it takes to maintain them, and also like you have grasses that aren't native to that place. So like what's healthier is these lawns that have more like native indigenous plants to the place that you're at, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. No, but like I agree, right? Having a wildflower garden is considered radical, or maybe not radical, but it's
No,
out
yeah.
of place. It's not
Yeah.
the norm. Having like the farm or the garden, the urban gardens and whatnot, where you're growing fruits and vegetables is not the norm. My clover monsoon. Oh hell yeah. I have my yard is all dirt, but my neighbors have been growing like the yellow wildflowers, and I
Oh,
am hoping that it just crawls over into my yard. Um,
you don't want to do
and
a
I
cheeky
yeah, I
transplant
don't,
of like take one of the little flowers and put it on
all
yours.
of a sudden there's just one flower in the middle of my
There's like a hole in your neighbor's lawn. Oh, funny how that works.
yeah, just I don't know. The wind must have blown it over. You know, that's
That must have been the wind.
yeah, the Natural Geographic told me that the wind blows
National,
other flowers, and that's how they move.
the National
Um,
Geographic.
anyways, okay. So at the bottom it says other,
Mm-mm.
and it's because I couldn't find any good artwork for it.
Mm-hmm.
So there is techniques of like getting up really quick, and this is something that's along the lines of like tagging and stuff. There's super soakers where you would put water, paint, and something else. I don't remember what that third ingredient is. And then you would just shoot it up into whatever you were trying to get to so that you couldn't reach it.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is paint bombs, and the paint bombs is kind of a lot more of a technique of not Herring. Who is the one that you said? Pollock, I think it
Pollock,
is.
yeah, Jackson
Like
Pollock.
splashes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So paint bombs are light bulbs filled with paint thrown
Oh.
onto a wall to create the paint splash effect, because you can't like it's not a controlled environment, so you have to control the way the paint hits what you're the wall that you're working on. Um,
Oh.
and like these are the types of things that are like the ingenuity of when you're trying to get your name out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so this creates the proper splashing effect. And if you're thinking, oh, like what if I used a water balloon? You have to fill that water balloon with paint and water and whatever else. You have to make sure that water balloon pops
Mm-hmm.
when it hits the wall,
Yeah.
and also that water balloon has to have some sort of normalized pattern. Uh, this was the way that they thought of to normalize and kind of control that, like the variables of what they were doing. And I thought that was
Mm.
very neat. I just wanted to put it there because those were things that I had, I guess, like personally talked to like other artists when I was young about. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought that was like neat. It's not something that I ever actually did, mainly because like I'm not gonna buy light bulbs to throw, and I'm not gonna use a super soaker. Uh,
These are cool ideas though, like especially like the what you said about like the paint bombs not necessarily being water balloons because there's less control, but light bulbs because it's almost like guaranteed that it's gonna break when it contacts like a hard surface as opposed to like water balloons. So that's pretty cool, like because that also goes into like the ingenuity and like the development of like techniques with this kind of art
mhm.
too.
And so I guess also like why I put all this like this isn't everything, right? There's also glass etching, um,
Mm.
which I've seen a lot of tattoo artists do nowadays. And what that is there's a chemical formula and there is a like other way of doing it, like a diamond tip pen.
Mm-hmm.
The chemical formula would also just kind of like I guess melt the mirror or the glass so
Mm.
that it creates like this etching look. And what it is as I said earlier, trying to stay there, right? It's hard to
Mm-hmm.
clean off glass, but you're not just writing on glass, you're literally carving into the glass for you to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think that's neat. I've seen a lot of like tattoo artists recently do it because they're using diamond tipped like tattoo guns, and then
Oh.
they are using it to write on the glass or create their patterns on mirrors and stuff, and then they're selling those mirrors. Um, and that is all to say, um, as we move into the internet age, is street art still street art when
Mm.
it's no longer in the streets?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so the first four images that I put in this are Salvation Mountain, the Seven Magic Mountains in Las Vegas. Salvation Mountains in California. I think it's towards
I think
the
it's.
border,
Is it
close to San Diego.
north?
No, it's south.
Oh, it's south.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been there. You have to go through border patrol like checkpoints to get there.
Oh, interesting.
So
Okay.
it's very close to the border. But I don't think it's like close to San Diego. Um, Seven
Ah.
Magic Mountains, Las Vegas. There's Saber. This is at the time the largest LA mural,
Oh.
like street art or graffiti LA
Mm-hmm.
mural, I guess. And then there's the Great Wall of Los Angeles, which is the largest mural um, in the LA River.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so I've included all of these because all of them are street art, right?
Mm.
But there is a difference between all of them in that the two on the left, Salvation Mountain and the Saber mural, are very much illegal. They were
Mm.
not wanted by the government at all.
Yep.
Salvation
Mm-hmm.
Mountain, it looks nice. It's not. Um, it was not wanted by the government. The locals did not like it. It was this giant mountain of essentially junk. And this would go great in the structure part of the genres or the multimedia, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is a structure. It's made with wood and I think clay and um, all this stuff. You can go inside of it. I don't think you can go inside the big part, but there are like rooms and stuff. And there is
Ah.
a room where people left like pictures of their loved ones and whatnot. Uh,
Mm.
at the time, all I had on me was my Fresh and Easy membership card.
Oh.
Rest in peace, Fresh and Easy.
Oh.
Uh, I left my membership card there.
Rip.
Yeah. Um,
um, this reminds me a lot of I can't say too much because it has to do with an exhibit that I saw in
yes,
the
it is in
past,
Slab
but
City.
oh, okay. It's a there's this idea of art environments, and I remember when I was learning about the Watts Towers. It's also considered what's called an art environment because it's not only just like an art piece that you can like hang on a wall and admire, but it's an environment. It's something that you can like walk through and experience in like different points and different like I was saying how like Watts Towers like it might look unrefined because of how wiry it looks from far away, but when you get up close like you see every single like piece that is like embedded in the art piece itself. And I could see why like locals for Salvation Mountain might see it as like unsightly. I honestly think it's very aesthetically pleasing, but you know, different strokes for different folks. But it is this like, oh, from far away it looks one way, but then when you get closer it looks another way. But then this is just one angle of it, so I wonder what it looks like on the inside. Yeah, so it doesn't
No,
like it.
it was uh, when he was so this was like an art project that is I think maybe like 20 to 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he when he was building it, the first one collapsed. The locals hated it, government hated it, nobody wanted it. There was a big fight in like the 90s,
Mm.
uh, where like people were like, "Oh, it's a giant art installation that's historic. We should keep it." And like they won, obviously. It it is still around today. You can still go to it. I went to it maybe like 10 years ago, and it should still be there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a historic landmark now. Um, and it's interesting because it's just something that on a whim this guy decided to build. I believe it's for
Mm-hmm.
his wife that passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like this is the thing about when I talk about street art, right? It's not. It's just on a whim. It was just
Mm-hmm.
created. It was just done.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't any backing to it, which brings us to the right side images, which is these are street art. But is it street art? The government paid for these, right? This
Yeah.
is on government land.
Mm-hmm.
We call this street art. I say, yeah.
Yeah, because like when you said that, like when you brought up the LA, the Great Wall of LA, was another
Mhm.
art piece that I studied for my introduction to conservation class, and I
Mhm.
could only get like so many angles of it because it is a very long mural, and I know exactly where it is
Mhm.
too. Um,
Yep.
and it's really cool to see, and I do like that question of like, is it street art? Because it is telling the story of like LA. It even goes back to like prehistoric and then even like indigenous times later on. And then it
Mhm.
tells this whole story. It is still a curated, well, there I go using that word curated again, but like who and how is it being curated, I guess is kind of the idea of like it's telling the story, but who is the one telling the story?
Mhm.
Who is the one with the power to tell that story, versus the saber art, where like it might not necessarily be going into the history, but it is kind of like becoming a part of history by being like the biggest street art on the LA River, right?
Mhm. And I think yeah, I think it's street art. I think
Yeah.
street art is there like it's in the street. It's for the people. And so
Mm-hmm.
let's go down a little bit.
Sure. Oh, these are, yeah, okay. I like these ones.
Mhm. So what happens when street art is in the gallery? Is it
Okay.
still street art?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or I'm just saying yeah to
And so
react to you, not as an
mhm.
affirmative like
No, I get it.
yeah.
Um, is street art still street art in the when it's in a gallery?
Mm.
And so I added the Murakami billboard at the bottom for um, a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is, let's say this Banksy art gallery, right? I don't believe any of his work is actually made in. Well, okay, I can't say that because back in the early 2000s, he never had art shows. He was an anonymous person.
Mm-hmm.
No one could reach him. All of his artwork was hush hush. He was an invisible person. Um, but let's say what happens when the street artist makes art for a gallery? Is it street art because it's by a street artist, or is it still just art? Have either of you seen Exit Through the Gift Shop?
I have
Interesting question.
not.
Please scroll to the right.
To the wait, you know I don't know
Right.
my left and my right.
Oh, towards the next section.
This one?
There is an artist in there that we will be discussing that Exit
Exit
Through the Gift
through.
Shop talks very much about, and I'm
Oh.
sure you'll know where this conversation is going. when we get to it. But yes, I have seen Exit Through the Gift Shop, and it kind of led to my what is street art supposed to be existential breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so this goes back to when I went to the Crayola art show, right? It's a
Mm-hmm.
street artist who made art, but he made it for a gallery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it still street art? And in my opinion, no,
Mm.
right? Because it's not in the street anymore. It wasn't
It's
made for everyone
mm-hmm.
or anyone who just happens upon it. It's made for whoever's in this gallery.
It's been quite literally gate kept, and I think that is why, like, when you were first when we were talking about the saber art versus the Great Wall of LA, and you said that the Great Wall is street art, at first I was like, is it? Because it's like, you know, that's like government commissioned and stuff like that, but your explanation makes sense, especially with what we were talking about, like how street art is also democratic, it's public, it's for the people. You can see this if you're just walking through where it happens to be, whereas like quite literally the Banksy art gallery is gate kept away from the
Yeah.
public.
Either you have to uh uh street art doesn't need to be vandalism. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. And very much a lot of my discussion has been
Mm-hmm.
uh about like I gave the disclaimer of, don't
Yeah.
commit crimes, blah blah blah, but also, street art is a genre, if you will. It is more than just tagging or graffiti or this or that.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
there
people
was
that would argue
quite a bit that
this.
we went over
I
before.
I
Yeah.
I understand
Yeah,
that
yeah.
actually. I understand that argument. Uh,
Mm.
like in the queer community, be gay, do crimes is a big part of being queer for many. Okay, I'm not queer. Um, but my argument would be to keep yourself within such a limited box would be a what's the word? Disservice to
Disservice,
yourself.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what my discussion on street art also is, right? Because an artist is creating let's go back up to the Great Wall and
Sure.
the seven Magic Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I put these four images is that Salvation Mountain, Seven Magic Mountains, this is in literally in the middle of the desert.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an urban area. Is it street art? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that people want to argue about street art is that it needs to be urban.
Mm-hmm.
It does not. And that's the thing that like you're limiting your philosophy of art to being something smaller than what it actually is. And it's like I think of I had a class that talked about subcultures,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the things that we talked about, or actually the entirety of that class, discussed punk culture and
Yes. Yeah.
um, what it means to be punk, right? And it kind of just came down to punk is whatever. Like
Mm-hmm.
there is no real label. There is no such thing as being dressed like a punk or being this or that. Um, the tags on the trains still reach us in the boonies. Yeah. I was saying this earlier. Tagging on trains, the ones that are like put on the outside, are called all city because trains go around everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just hitting like a building, you put it on a train, and the train travels your art wherever. Or crop circles, street art.
That's an interesting question. The crop
I
circles.
agree. Yeah.
I agree too.
Why
Like,
not?
regardless of how people think it got there, it is because like my personal like belief is that like it's not extraterrestrial. It is just like people wanting to get some clout, so to speak. But even if it was aliens, that would still count, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, I guess it also implies like intention, right? Like
Mm,
the
that's a good.
idea
Mm-hmm.
of crop circles, the idea of crop circles were that a UFO landed and
Mm-hmm.
created the crop circle.
Yeah.
Not that they were art. But if you like, you think of like is it Peruvian? Like the very large,
The Nazca lines.
yeah,
Yeah.
where like you can see them from space and they create like images of things.
Oh, fun fact, you actually can't see them from space, but they are meant to be
Oh,
seen from a high, like, spot, like on top of like hill, like the surrounding hills and stuff. So like they were made, or like at least from the to the best of our knowledge, they were made with the intent to like kind of please the gods, but at the same time, it is still viewable if you're like on a really high hill as well.
but yeah, and that's the thing. I think street art is um more than just urban. I
Mm.
think it is, if you can see it from the street, if you are a person who is wandering around a rural town, a rural city, it doesn't matter. If you see it from the street where you are standing, or if you can see it from wherever you wander from a street, it's probably street art.
Mm-hmm. I like what Xenon
And
says
that
too.
that includes, I feel street art is anything that somehow gave a soul and life to something that was supposed to be plain or normal. Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like art should be an expression of whatever,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, it doesn't always have to be political. It doesn't always have to be um, urban. It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
always have to be a statement, right? Like I'm not gonna go around and be like, oh yeah, these gangsters who tag, that's the only type of street art that I believe should be street art. When there
Mm-hmm.
are people who are oneers, people who are like muralists or whatever, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
like like hey, I only do um I don't know, like throwies, or I only do this or
Yeah.
that. Why would I not want to include you? And I think this is probably like a grown, like, because I was one of those people
Mm-hmm.
who said street art should be for the streets only.
Mm-hmm.
It should never be. It should always be criminal, right? I was one of those people. I was
Mm-hmm.
one of those people. Um,
And I feel like there's people that would even say the opposite, that like, oh, like the gang tagging isn't considered art.
mhm.
You know, like
I was one of those
it's
people.
only like these things here that are considered art. I feel like the reverse is also like a stigma that is also warrants a little bit of like, well, actually, like I don't know, the intent, the technique, I don't know, like the thesis of what you appear to be saying is that like street art is such a huge umbrella term that that can encompass all those things.
Mhm. So, like, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, gang tagging can be looked at as street art as well.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you don't believe it is, I understand. Right?
Mm.
I'm not
Mm.
saying that, because I've had those ideas too, where tagging was looked at. I went, that's not real skill. And then I saw people who do like calligraphy, who have their own
Mm.
font, who
Mm-hmm.
can write actual font by hand on walls.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that is impressive, right? People know font
Mm-hmm.
and can write it.
Yes.
And
Yes.
like why not?
Mm-hmm.
Um let's see, graffiti on big gray boring street infrastructure can only be an improvement in my opinion. It enriches the environment and just makes my freaking day. It's great that just said that. Let's talk about this abandoned LA skybox.
Yes. Yes. I see this a lot.
Hmm.
It's such an
So
interesting
this,
one too.
do you know the story behind this?
Yeah, so it is like smack dab in the middle of LA. If you're trying to go to the convention center, for example, like you will see this building. It's literally right next to it. And it was a building project that was eventually abandoned, and it changed hands a lot of times because I don't know like the specifics, but it just couldn't be finished. And because of that, eventually like the ownership just kind of fell to the wayside, and a bunch of folks just started one by one climbing into this building that you're definitely not supposed to be climbing into, but they started tagging it and putting their own art and I just like it a lot. And I do it is another example of something that like a lot of the locals will consider an eyesore because of
Mhm.
like, like the style of art or just the legality of it or just for their own different reasons. But it is something that like in my personal opinion feels so very LA. And of course there's even like a little person with a little like LA Dodgers like beanie
Yeah.
in the corner there. Um but yeah, yeah.
Okay. So this is what I love about this building. Um, outside of just looking at it and going like, "Oh man, look at all this art." This brought up a conversation about this building in LA, one of the most expensive places to live.
Mhm.
Why is this apartment building not housed? Why aren't there people living here?
Mhm.
Who is this building? Why is no one living there? Why are they just keeping it empty? And it
Mhm.
opened up this conversation because people were like, why the hell is there all this graffiti?
Mhm.
What is happening here? And I think that that is a message that I was saying for so much throughout this is that street art has a message. And
Mhm.
this message was, we can't afford rent. Why are there buildings that are empty?
Mhm. Mhm.
And what it was is I believe the news article that I read said that this was a Chinese owned building or internationally owned building,
Mhm.
and they wouldn't make back their money through rent, so they decided to just leave it empty to sell it again in the future.
Mm.
And it would be easier to sell in the future if it were empty, because then
Mhm.
they wouldn't have to worry about people leaving or whatever.
Yeah.
So they just didn't have tenants.
Mhm.
And so, why is that okay? And that's what I love about street art, because that's the conversation that came from this. That's the conversation that right? Oh, this guy's painting on a wall.
Mhm.
Well, what's up with the wall? Why is no one taking care of this wall? Why, like I said earlier, when we look at um, places that have a lot of street art or graffiti or this and that,
Mhm.
they are oftentimes places that are neglected.
Mhm. Yeah, you did say that. Mhm.
And so when you look at this essentially million, maybe even $1 billion
Mhm.
investment, people can just neglect that in one of the highest class, like uh what's the word? Like there's a high difference in class income
Oh.
here in
Mhm.
LA.
The
And
wealth disparity, the like
yeah,
that.
the wealth
Mhm.
disparity here is high.
Mhm.
And yet people are essentially just leaving billions of dollars on the wayside and essentially just neglecting
Mhm.
all of this. And that's what
Mhm.
this street art conversation brought us.
Mhm.
And I love that.
Yeah. Because it touches not only into like the neglected that the building is neglected, but it's also like you said the people are also neglected to this point.
Yeah, we have a ton of homeless people,
Mm-hmm.
and here we have buildings that are empty. Like that is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is not like I highly doubt all of these people created all of this art in one night.
Oh yeah, this is
This
another
took time.
collaborative project. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you think of that, how long has this building been neglected?
Mm.
And we do have an ad coming up.
We do. So, um, let's see. Let's go ahead and put you guys in the cup corner. I'm also gonna take this opportunity to go on a bathroom break as well. But once again, like this is fantastic stuff. Um, I will say before the ad break, or you know what, I can probably say it while muted, just to you. But we'll see you, Babin Cubs, in about 3 minutes. Let me meet my Alrighty, we're back. Hello again, Babinkups. Hopefully you guys had a good break, got your water, did your bathroom breaks and whatnot. Let's head back into the classroom. And then, where did we leave off before I start turning some things off?
We were talking about the LA skyscrapers.
Yes.
Or the sky rises.
Yes.
But yeah, okay, that's something that I love about street art, is that it brings up these conversations of kind of urban decay, kind of these class disparities, and we wouldn't be having this conversation without them, right? So like there is something more there than, you know, whether it be just graffiti should be graffiti, or street art should be this or that. There is a message out there. It just depends on who receives it and who, I guess, elaborates it or can figure it out. And I think that's important. And like I said before, when I talk to someone who thinks of art only as like the classical stuff, like they only think of, and this is why I wanted to talk to you about this very specifically, because I know you don't have the interest in street art that I do, and even then, we were talking on the break. I don't believe that I have the expertise to even have this discussion to other people who already know about street art. But for someone who doesn't know about street art, I like, these are all artists that very likely most people have not heard of. Very likely you've never thought of street art in this way, and very likely you never even knew about these like gadgets and like how to create things to be put out into the street, right? Like, you don't think about putting tiles on a wall to create ghosts for Pac-Man, or
Yeah.
like putting your characters, like, let's say we had little Babinka and Beans and Bronson stickers that we could just throw up everywhere.
You know what's funny is I was watching Big Ham, the person who rigged my model, and she when she went to, like, I think Japan or something, she put like a Big Ham sticker on this little box that just had a whole bunch of stickers already on it, and it was like her little symbol, and it's like, oh, if you happen to go to that part of Japan, like, you could see that Big Ham sticker. And I thought about that too. I was like, oh, what if I get some like little Binka, like the Stiffa stickers, right? Like, what if I just like put them in places as a little like, oh, Binka was here type thing. And yeah, and kind of going back to like our conversation, like, yeah, even though you do feel like you don't have the expertise, especially when there are people who might have more expertise, I feel like that's a usual, that's something that I've felt too with like a lot of the things that I see myself as like more informed on or more well researched on. Like, I say that I'm very well researched on like Egyptian stuff, ancient civilizations, like Filipino mythology, and all of this stuff. But I always have this second thought of like, oh, but there's people who know more, and there's people that could call me out on not knowing enough. But at the same time, this is still such a valuable conversation to have for people who just don't know like the very basics of it. Like, I'm getting so much from this conversation that, like, yeah, there might be people who know more about street art, but at the same time, it's us two that are having the conversation, and it's my audience, like the Bibing Cubs, and then your audience as well, that are like hearing this most likely for the first time and being like, oh, this is like so valuable to know and to hear, and to get this like I think another big thing is not even just like the facts and the factoids, but just the perspective of like what street art can encompass, and like by extension art in general. So yeah. Yeah.
Just little charms to make someone days when they notice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Everything that you guys just said, I agree. I agree that these are street art, right? Leaving charms in places, leaving stuff in places. It is just stuff to essentially, when someone else sees it, they have some sort of emotional reaction.
Mm.
And in my opinion, all art does that,
Mm-hmm.
right? It is meant to either inspire or call to action or do something,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think that that is fine, right? Leaving charms somewhere for someone else to see. Why is that not street art if it's not graffiti or if it's
Mm-hmm.
not this or that? It's still littering. Technically, that's illegal, right?
Uh-huh.
We just talked about like Big Ham committed a crime by defacing property by putting that sticker onto something. It's still illegal, but it's very harmless.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
Like,
also, oh, what was I gonna? I just lost my thought, but it was I sorry, I lost my thought. I was gonna like add on to that, but go ahead.
it's okay. Anyways, we'll move on from the skyrise unless
Sure.
anyone wants to talk about it a little bit more. But just to ask about like what is street art, um, if it's removed from the street, then
Mm. Oh,
and so
wait.
I put
I'm sorry.
your common building.
I just remembered my point. It was this idea of like I mentioned this yesterday during my like 19 like the look at like the art of the 1940s and stuff like that of like when it comes to conversations about modern and then contemporary being art after the 1970s and to the present, an added layer of it, an added facet to that the like conversation about modern and contemporary art is the discussion itself. Like it's not even just the aesthetics or like the logistics or how it was made, but the conversation about the art and the different interpretations is also part of that art experience, especially with modern and contemporary art. And this also kind of adds street art to that under that umbrella of like contemporary art of the like yeah, not everyone's gonna agree on it, not everyone's gonna agree with like the same perspective like we were talking about, but the conversation itself is another facet. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing that I wanted to say.
I think that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and when we move over to the next side of the internet and the digital age of street art, I'll go into kind of what that is, right? So
Mm-hmm.
here I wanted to put some artists that um, I think of when I see them, it looks like street art, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wordsmith, I know. I don't know why I put him here. I think he was supposed to be on the other side, but whatever. I'll work this into discussion anyways.
Okay.
Um, Gaijin Fujita, I looked into him because I heard you talking about him,
Mm-hmm.
and these are both artists that Wordsmith I know has been out on the street,
Mm-hmm.
and so to me, it leads a little bit more to the credibility of street art.
Mm-hmm.
Gaijin Fujita, I look at his street art and it looks, street inspired art.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've only seen his stuff online or in a gallery.
Mm-hmm.
Surely you've mentioned Herring, of course. I mentioned him earlier, where a lot of people who talk about art and street art, like in the fine art category, they usually go from Herring and then straight to Banksy.
Mm-hmm.
And for a lot of people who are educated in art, oftentimes they don't get that in between. They're not getting, Shepard Fairey, or, they don't know who Wordsmith is, or they don't know who Cope is, or God, I don't know any street artists anymore.
It's okay.
I don't know who
You
Futura
listed
is.
so many other ones already. I think you can be forgiven for not getting
Okay.
some of the later ones.
But yeah, there's so many street artists because it's democratic, and of
Mm-hmm.
course we bring up Herring because he is someone who was welcomed into the fray of the art world
Mm-hmm.
that isn't the street art world. You know what I mean? He
Mm-hmm.
was a street artist, and then he was welcomed into the fine art world. Same thing with Banksy. Um, I don't really know if Shepherd Fairy would be considered like a high art, like a fine art, um, like icon,
Yeah, I
the
think
way that those two are.
it's arguable because of the Obama Hope posters, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think even just that. I think like his contribution to so much art in so many places is very wide, but also he like those aren't credited to Shepherd Fairey. It's oftentimes looked at as Obey.
Mm-hmm.
And that is I don't know if that has hurt him or what. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Right, because I'm not a fine art expert, right? I'm not educated in the same way that you were. I kind of just looked into things and I've learned about these artists myself. And a lot of these I kind of just found online, which would bring us into our next topic, which will be, you know, street art in the online world. But
Mm-hmm.
before that, I would have to go to these like small shops and stuff. Oh, I haven't talked about the Murakami billboard, but I can cover that like really quickly.
Sure.
Um, like the artists that I learned about when I was young, like Facebook wasn't a thing. MySpace was barely a thing.
Mm.
The art world to me was going into these shops that sold art supplies for dubious activities and them having art books that I can flip through and see images of. And the thing is I didn't know the names of all these people. It's like picking up a DJ mixtape, and that entire mixtape is just one giant mix of a bunch of different songs, and going, I like this song at like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but I don't know who it is,
Mm-hmm.
what it is, but it's a great song. That's kind of what it was like for me, right? And that goes back to the street art as a service, right? It serves a community who doesn't normally get the art education.
Mm.
I did get to take a few art classes, and I did get to take um, like art history classes. I took one that like hit the main points. It did it in a semester
Mm-hmm.
of like middle school. Um, but like that's the thing is sometimes these people don't have those resources even.
Mm-hmm.
All
Mm-hmm.
they see is what's on the street, and that's all they got.
This is
Um,
actually like reminding me of like, because when you said like that you're not educated in the same way as me, I was gonna say that like, oh, we're educated in similar ways. We just went in different like directions within the realm of art history. But it did make me realize of like, oh, like yeah, you could take a art history class in like a community college, like that's plenty accessible. But then I started thinking about like, oh, what do they offer at like community at the community college level? They offer like art 101 and 102, which covers like, you know, prehistoric to Renaissance, and then Renaissance to like modern times. But then even then there's not really many classes that are specialized in, for example, like contemporary art. There's not gonna like the only time you'll see a class specialized in street art, it's probably gonna be a 4-year college. And I even distinctly remember that when I was getting my degree for art history at the community college level, art of Africa, Americas, and Oceania are all lumped into one class that you're not going to find in like a 4-year college. So if you're really into like any of those spheres, like you're going to have to like experience it with like basically like other fields. Like it's all very generalized, and it's almost like a disservice because it's like, well, how come like there's 4 different classes for European art, but there's only one class that lumps together so many different disparate cultures together just because they're quote unquote non-European. And yeah, that I think that does speak to like this idea of like accessibility with like art history and or even just arts education, really.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree, and I think that's where my love of street art comes from, is
Mm.
because I had to look for it. I had to
Mm. Mm-hmm.
find my way into it. Not
Yes.
um, there wasn't a class where someone was like, "Here you go. This is how you create
Mm-hmm.
wild style letterings," or this is how your font work is
Yeah.
going to be. This is how you do calligraphy with a spray can.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you mix chemicals to
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
stain stain glass. Stuff like that. Like, right? Like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of times what is happening is illegal and people are not going to be in a class teaching that. Um, anyways, the
Yeah,
discussion of
yeah.
street art outside of the street. There's a billboard very famously when Murakami was having a art show out here.
Mm-hmm.
It got like hit with a piece,
Mm-hmm.
basically. A street artist went up there, put up a piece, and mysteriously it vanished. And
Mm.
people were wondering, the entire billboard vanished, mind you. This wasn't a
What?
like, oh, he got buffed, right? It
Uh-huh.
wasn't any of that. What it was Murakami saw it and he went, I want that billboard.
Oh my
And he
gosh.
added it to his collection. And so let's say now that billboard is now in his collection and he wants to display it someday. Is that still street art?
Oh, interesting.
In my opinion, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Banksy's street art that oftentimes goes into a gallery,
Mm-hmm.
that is still street art. It was just taken from the street.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference between a street artist creating art for a gallery and a street artist creating street art that then gets put into a gallery is different. Whose art is it at that point?
Mm-hmm.
That is a very interesting question, right? Because I believe Murakami bought the billboard from the billboard company, and the artist who actually put up their piece got nothing.
Ah. Dang.
Like, what are the ethics of Murakami displaying it? Um, I think Murakami as an artist would probably understand that if he were to put up someone else's artwork as his own artwork, it would be frowned upon, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna put I always credit Babinka for my PNG. But if
Oh.
one day I were like, well, I bought this, this is mine now, this is me,
Mm-hmm.
it would be very much frowned upon. And okay, honestly, this question leads perfectly into what's going to happen
Ah.
next. Um, but to make my point,
Yeah.
street art that's taken from the street and put into a gallery is still street art. But a street artist making artwork for a gallery, not really street art, it's gallery art.
Mm.
And as you said earlier, yeah, it's about gatekeeping. I think Murakami, if he were to display that artwork, he would credit the artist. And they did find the artist, by the way. I don't
Oh.
know if he got money for it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to believe that Murakami was like, "Hey, man, here's some money for that."
Artist to artist,
But
you
I
know.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if that is what happened. I would just like to believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think that Murakami bought the billboard from the billboard company,
Mm.
and they did find the artist who did it. Um, I remember reading the article, but I don't know if the artist actually got paid for it. But yeah, I think if Murakami put that artwork up without any credit to the artist who bombed his billboard, and he credited himself for it, I
Ah.
think it would be a very highly frowned upon situation.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, as someone who spent this entire time going, everyone can do art, everyone believes in whatever, uh, street art shouldn't be limited. That's kind of like a disrespect to an
Yeah.
artist that
Yeah.
I think is a line that, like that's the line.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
arguably the artist is giving away the art by doing it on someone else's property. Yeah, but it's not a it's not a disrespect to, or it's a disrespect to artist and to art appreciators,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this absolutely wonderfully steps into where we're going next, because we do talk about Mr. Brainwash. Owen, if you're still here, um, Owen was talking about Exit Through the Gift Shop. And this
Mm-hmm.
is kind of where I had my thoughts on street art, and they got flipped upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, street art was always street art is in the street. If you put it out there, it's you know whatever. And Mr. Brainwash at the time was coming up. This was before Exit Through the Gift Shop came out.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Even my brother, who was street artist, I mean, arguably street artist. I'm gonna go with we enjoyed writing things in the street and drawing things on walls.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. That's street art. Yeah, it's street art. Yeah.
um, he like because he would drive around, he would see Mr. Brainwash, he would see the art on billboards, he would see the art on walls. He'd be like, yeah, this guy is coming up. He is like Shepherd Fairy very much, because a lot of the art we would see is stencils and wheat pastes and this and that. And around the same time was the rise of social media, and things like Tumblr art, things like art being posted on, like, Instagram wasn't even a thing yet. Um, Facebook was barely a thing. MySpace was a thing, and there were street artists on it, but it was kind of a, you have to know a guy who knows a guy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you knew about street art at the time, it was kind of like you knew a guy who knew a guy, or
Mm-hmm.
you knew people who knew other people, or you knew a shop in the area, an art shop in the area. Um, and so around 2000, I think maybe 14, 15, 16, I went to this art show by this artist, Morley.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember going in thinking, okay, it's a street artist making art for a gallery. And I went in, and a lot of his art was essentially street art. Um, like, it was like his wheat paste and stencils, stuff that he would do normally as street art in the street, but it wasn't taken from the street, right? It was stuff that he made for this gallery, but like mimicking the street. And it's not even like mimicking the street, but it was framed, it was nice. It was just stencil on paper with words.
Oh, is it kind of like the Banksy exhibit, the Banksy gallery in a way, or is it
No,
a little different from that?
because so the thing about the Banksy Gallery, if you look at it, right, it has all of this, right? It has all these stencils, all of these different kind of multimedias. There's kind of a level of work put into it. Um, when you think of street art, and I'm talking like quick wheat paste,
Oopsie.
right? Like it like your stencil is up, your wheat paste is up, you're in and out in 10 to 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He essentially did these quick throw ups of wheat paste and stencils, put it in glass, and put it in the gallery.
Interesting.
And not only that, at the time, street art was still very much frowned upon. Or not very much frowned upon. This was already in the social media age, so it had that, like, kind of Tumblr inspiration artist type thing. That's why I added wordsmith
Ah.
down there. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
he belonged up here, but street art became more inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
There was more of a, hey, things are getting better. It was the like the era of street art at the time felt a lot like when oh God, what did we call it?
Like
The
optimism
hipster,
or oh, the stomp clap? Like
yeah, the stomp clap music of street art was happening. Um, and this is kind of my reaction, my gut reaction when I went to this art show was I went, this guy's entire art show is these simple wheat pastes that are meant to be thrown up very quickly so that you're in and out of a spot. And the thing is he does do art in the street. He does put these up in the street, but
mm-hmm.
he did that in a gallery.
Mm.
And it set in my stomach very poorly. And the thing is that
Oh.
I don't know how to feel about this. And that's why I wanted to discuss this.
Yeah.
Because in all this time, I had been saying street art is for everyone. It is democratic. It is this or that. But what happens when that is subversed? When
Mm.
when the street art is gatekept, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? This guy had a gallery art show and put up what is essentially supposed to be a quick 10 to 30-minute artwork that you put out on the street. It's not going to be permanent. And I think that's the thing about street art too, is that a lot of times it is not permanent.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times the weather's going to wash it away. Someone's going to go over it. The government's going to clean it. Something is going to happen where your art is going to disappear one day. And it is both the act of creation and an act of grief because you know it's going to go.
Mm.
But when I went into this gallery where people are paying for artwork to be permanent, the art were these simple words on paper plus stencil behind glass. And it
Mm-hmm.
kind of hurt because it felt like a culture that I had loved and been a part of and like watched grow become, I guess gentrified would be the best word.
It
And
feels
it
to me
felt,
also like appropriation almost in a way, even though it's like the artist himself and it's his work and it's not someone stealing their work and taking credit. The act of it feels almost appropriative of like the
mm,
general like philosophy of street art. And because when you were asking like what happens in that situation, to my knee-jerk reaction was like it feels like selling out. It feels
yeah.
like selling out to
But
like
the thing is,
yeah.
and this is kind of where I keep going back and forth. Isn't isn't being an artist and selling out what you want? I think
Mm.
about because Common was playing a moment ago, and um, I remember when Common blew up with his album. I think it was Go, or the album that had Go. Um, he had an interview and he was talking about how people were saying he sold out, blah blah blah. And he looked at the interviewer and he was like, "Are they really my fans if they don't want me to sell out? Why don't they want me to be successful?"
Interesting. Yeah.
And that's kind of like I still have uh right, like I respect him as an artist,
Yeah.
but I feel like I was robbed of something that day, right? Like I went
Mm-hmm.
into a gallery where it's normally gate kept
Mm-hmm.
to find what is on the other side was just the same exact thing that you have given me on the other side. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? Like I've
Yeah.
gone inside and what I found inside was what you gave me outside. So why did I come all the way over here?
Mm. Because it
And
reminds me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, no, go ahead.
It reminds me a lot of like museum spaces and the whole conversation about how a lot of museum, especially like the bigger museums like the Getty, the Met, British Museum, a lot of their works, especially from like from other cultures, are looted. There were stories of how like someone from like Oceania, from Polynesia, they went into a gallery, or they went into one of these museums, and they saw like a I think it's like a door piece or something, and it's like that was literally looted from my mother's place. Like that literally belongs to us, and yet it is here in this gate kept, you have to pay to get in kind of space for people to kind of look into, where it's like, this is from my culture, this is from like, this is something that like we made for free, like, well, not for free, but like we had like all this meaning attached to it, but now it's lost because it's kind of separated from that original meaning and from its original home.
Mhm.
But in that case, like these things were looted by a different party, a different culture. In this case, it's the artists themselves, like putting it there, putting it in like this other space, like we said, like
Mhm.
gate kept, almost
Yeah.
divorced from its original meaning and context. And I think that, I don't know if like this is touching into like why you felt the way you did, of like it feels sanitized in a way, and then just the act of like separating it from its context is like, it feels like a disservice.
I, okay. I heard what you said, and
Hmm.
there is, it makes me think of, uh, like a former slave selling new slaves. And
Mm.
that might be a bit too harsh to
Mm.
say.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the best allegory that I thought of, because it's like I see what is happening on the outside,
Mm-hmm.
and this is what is doing well, and I'm going to do it on the inside
Ah.
because that is what is expected of me.
Yeah. And it goes
Um,
into what Glockenspiel said, the difference between selling out versus earning a living. Like, yeah, you're protecting yourself and your livelihood, and you're ensuring a future for you and your family and your future generations, but at what cost?
well, that's the thing. I don't even think, like, I don't even think that he, as an artist, had any ill will.
Mm.
I think he, it's, it was, and I say this as someone with not a lot of, or at least like I say, I believe I'm not a big street art, you ball knower, I guess, as the kids would
Mm.
say. I I looked at it as, I'm going into this gallery and I expect more,
Mm.
right? And it comes from this. My very first art show was Crayola
Mm-hmm.
from a large graffiti crew. They would have tags, which were simple tags. As we left the gallery, I could see their tags, and it was CBS, like the broadcast station.
Mm-hmm.
And I put these two images together exactly for this reason. On the left, we have his graffiti art. On the right, we have his gallery art.
Mm.
And so when I look at what his street art was, and then we went in and I see what his gallery art was, it was two different experiences. If it's only good on the street, then the street was carrying the art. Sometimes, yes, actually. Um, and there are reasons for that. Um, that are things like when you look at tagging, right? It is just line work essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when you see a piece, which would be like something on the left here, when you
Mm-hmm.
see a piece somewhere, you know that it's intricate. It's something that someone had to put up in, like they had the time to put it up. They had the ability to um, get it there. I think later on in the discussion, we talked about the guy who was buffing, getting buffed,
Mm-hmm.
right? All of his work is just words. It's just words on a wall.
Mm-hmm.
But it serves a message that is being put out. And I'm starting to get like my brain is starting to go.
It's
So
okay.
it's hard for me to kind of tie these together. But
Mm-hmm.
there is this idea in street art called spots,
Mm-hmm.
and that is getting to a place like let's say the side of a freeway using climbing gear to get to that side of the freeway, it is carried by that spot because how the hell did that artist get there and how did they do
Mm-hmm.
what they did? And sometimes all they can do is a simple tag.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes all they can do is slap a sticker because they're hanging on a rope off the side of the freeway, and all they have on them is a marker or uh, a sticker, something. Sometimes, yeah, the art is carried by the street because what they did in the street is amazingly valuable because of there's people around who want you to stop. There's government around who want to arrest you or whatever. Sometimes, yes, it is very much carried by the street.
Mm-hmm.
Let's zoom out a little
Yeah,
and who's hold on, I'm thinking of someone's art on the left side.
on the left side.
The glasses
Oh
at the
yes,
very
Pavel 183.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is something that is carried by the street, right? You
Mm-hmm.
can't really do that somewhere and it make the same impact, right? If you knew that like like let's say you were in an art gallery and you knew that someone put this light post here on purpose and then created the eyeglasses, it creates this kind of like, yeah, it's still cool, but someone who was out on the street saw this one day and went, you know what, that could be glasses.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the middle of the night, went out here and painted this without anyone catching him or whatever. Yeah, sometimes your art is carried by the street.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to answer your question, Seaplin. The idea of spots is a very is it painted? I thought it was snow. It might be snow. It might be painted, but
I actually looked
either way,
into
the
it.
idea.
I looked into it because I was also like not sure if it was just like him etching out the snow, but if you see some of his other works, this artist actually unfortunately passed away. I think 10 or so years ago, I want to say, but he has other works where it's like paint. It's clearly painted, and you can tell because of like the colors he used. Here, it's just tricky because the color he used was black. So it kind of looks like it's just etched out of the snow, but I do believe it is painted because I'm also looking at the glasses. You also see like the marks that kind of show that it is glasses. So I believe it
Yeah, like the
is. Yeah.
insides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that there is um because there are facets to what makes your art better in the street,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and this is things like the permanence of your art, um, and that has a lot to do with street art.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I can go on about that, but I can't really. I don't really remember them. I just know that having an amazing spot is a great like tell of your ability to create art in the street,
Mm-hmm.
basically.
Okay.
And that's kind of the thing that I had with this artist, right? Is it's street art in a gallery presented as fine art,
Mm-hmm.
and it kind of like it jumbled up all of those thoughts in me.
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, great art does that.
Yeah.
However, uh, I refuse. I refuse.
There you go.
That's it.
There you go.
I refuse to go to a gallery to see work that essentially I've already seen and I've already lived.
Mm.
Yeah. And so let's talk about Mr. Brainwash
Sure.
because
I will say though that like I am gonna have to start putting my voice down because it's starting to get late around my neck of the woods. So,
it's
yeah,
fine. We're
yeah,
almost done.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can just hit me with some nodders in chat, y'all.
Nodders.
Um, so as Owen was saying earlier, there is this movie called Exit Through the Gift Shop.
Mm.
Exit Through the Gift Shop was kind of an expose of this up and coming street artist and what because the thing is he is still working as an artist. Not only is he working as an artist, he is having exhibitions of what did you call it? Environmental art or whatever?
Yeah, art environments.
Art environments. He is
Hmm.
having art environments in LA. There's another one coming up soon. He is working. He is very much successful. This is an actual. Wait, is this Madonna? I don't. Is this? Did I get the
Marilyn
wrong artwork?
Monroe. Marilyn Monroe,
Okay,
or
I got the wrong artwork. But he did the cover for Madonna's album. It essentially looks exactly like this. Um, Here's the thing: all of his work is commissioned from other artists.
interesting.
He has people creating his art. He
Oh.
does not make any of it. He just gives them the ideas for what they should do,
Hmm.
and then they create what he tells them to create.
Interesting.
So the question is, where I saw this art in the gallery and I went, is this street art?
Hmm.
Is this art that he is creating?
I think that
Is he creating?
that goes into a lot of it's funny because I also had like a similar question of like I have an acquaintance that because this isn't even just a street art thing, it's just like a an art installation, like
Art thing in
art,
general.
yeah,
Yeah.
like art in general question. But like I had an acquaintance that they were a gallery attendant at a museum, and part of the artwork was like these inflatable things. I don't want to specify what, but they were like inflatable things. And it was the gallery attendants who were blowing up the inflatables and then like placing them.
Mhm.
So why is it that the one who's getting the credit is the one who like idealized it, that came up with that like idea, but were the people who were like blowing it, like the part-time gallery attendants that were actually doing like the blowing up and the arranging, their names are not on the signage at all. Like who actually made the art? Is it the person who executed the artwork, or is it the person that thought it up first, or is it a mix of both? In which case, like, why is only one name being put on the signage? And
Yeah. Yeah.
hello, Huxley, hello.
Oh. Yeah, and I agree. And this is both of these kind of things collided in me that day after this gallery, because what do I still consider him street art, but also
Mm.
do I consider Mr. Brainwash an artist?
Mm-hmm.
Do I then think that, let's say, a maestro who is composing, or not even composing, but they're guiding the orchestra, do I call is a maestro less of an artist? No,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Reminds me of art installation that is like a pile of candy that represents his husband's body slowly withering away from AIDS. God,
Yeah,
I
that
don't
one.
remember.
It was featured in the manga Blue Period, and it was a very like poignant, like it's a poignant art piece. But there's that one, and then I don't know if it's the same artist, but there's another one who like the art piece is just a fan. It's just like a fan, but it was the only piece of
I think it is the
material.
same.
I feel like it's the same artist, but it's the only piece of material that was
Yeah,
left behind after that person died of AIDS. But it was the only thing that their friends could get from their apartment because everything else had been cleaned out.
yeah. And
Hmm.
it hadn't just been cleaned out like randomly. It was like his family and whoever like took everything.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
without any say to the husband
Yeah.
or anything like
The
that. They just
partner,
straight up
yeah.
grabbed it.
Mm-hmm.
Um. Anyways, so to go more into this, and this is where then I talk about AI.
Mm.
Do we call people who ask AI to create things artists?
Mm.
And in my brain, when I compare all three of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
My heart says, you know, Morley still an artist. Mr. Brainwash, kind of like a maestro, uh, kind of okay. See, I was thinking Mr. Brainwash was more ethical than AI. I agree. I think Mr. Brent, because he's at least hiring these artists. He's at least telling them like what to make. The thing is, okay, so when I look at this, I don't know if Marilyn Monroe's estate was like, hey, cool. I don't know if Warhol's estate was like, hey, cool. I do know that Warhol has a like an estate where art can continue,
Mm-hmm.
in the same way that like Herring has an estate where like his art can continue,
Mm-hmm.
uh, through means of other like production or whatever. Um, but yeah, I agree. Artists are still getting paid all the way down the line.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say someday AI now then has like a conscious, it has sentience.
Mm.
What's the difference between me as a human looking at all of this art, being inspired by it, and trying to do the same? And this is where this quote comes in, and it says, "The bad artists imitate, the great artists steal," uh,
Pablo
and it's
Picasso.
scratched out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the Pablo Picasso part is scratched out, and it just says Banksy.
Mm.
Um, and I think about this a lot because why am I so hard on why am I so hard on this Morley guy for creating street art in a gallery that when I went, granted, it was like high school girls who were like his market,
Mm.
which is already kind of weird, but we don't need to discuss that. But it was like very much Tumblr art,
Mm.
and that's what it felt like. It wasn't for me, but as a marketing person, as a business major, right? It's not for me, it's for other people.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And the thing is when I think about it, these teenage girls are gate kept from the street. They're
Hmm.
not out there in the same way that I am. They are in this gallery because what's out there is not safe. But for me, I was in that unsafe place. And the friend that brought me to this gallery was someone, she was someone that knew I enjoyed street art,
Mm-hmm.
but she is also not going to be out there in those streets in the same way that I have been. And I think that that is where I landed on that, is like my love for this street art is because I lived that dangerous part of street art.
Mm.
But there are people who will never get to see that, and maybe bringing it into a gallery is the only way that other people will ever get to see it.
Dang.
And so Mr. Brainwash becoming popular is also kind of this same kind of, this guy is an artist and wants to be an artist, but he does not have the capability to create art, but he does have the capability to pay artists.
Mm. All in all,
Now, would
like,
I call him an artist though? No.
yeah, because
I think he's a brand, and I'm okay with calling him a brand.
it's interesting because he's basically recreating what people did in the Renaissance. Like you had like the Medici family that did gain prominence because they were commissioning artists to
Mhm.
make this fabulous like art for them. We remember the name of the artist, but we also still remember the name of the Medici family and the Sforza family because they were the commissioners. They were the ones who were like making this art possible and even like arguably starting like the Renaissance as we know it, because like before that it was the church, there was the church that had the power, and that's why you saw the quote unquote like ugly art. I have a lot of thoughts about that, I have a lot of thoughts about that. But then it was the Renaissance that like these families were commissioning artists, and they were like, I don't want baby Jesus, I want baby Jesus to be based off my baby, and I don't want you to draw him ugly. So I want you to draw him cute like my baby is, or I want Mother Mary to be based off my wife, and I don't want you to draw Mother Mary ugly. I want you to draw her beautiful like my wife. So, because like at first I was like, oh, so it sounds like Mr. Brainwash is just the ideas guy that can't like make anything for himself. But it's like, no, he's like almost like it's arguable, but like he's kind of like the Medici in that way that he's patronizing the arts in this way.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, and I agree. I mm, like it's so hard because I want to say that I hate these people, but I don't. I completely agree with what Glockenspiel says here. Yeah, it's hard to argue against increasing access to art, assuming, of course, no appropriation,
Mm-hmm.
etc.
Mm-hmm.
And he even goes so far to say, sentience changes the game if it's true sentience, but Gen AI ain't that. And I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It is so hard for me to argue against what these people are doing, and I want this increased access to art. And that
Mm.
is what this entire conversation has been.
Mm-hmm.
I want people to see street art, and I want them to see art instead of graffiti, instead of crime. I no longer want them to see crime in the city. I want them to see art.
Mm. This is why I'm saying, dude. This is why,
However,
like, during the break.
and
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah,
Sorry. Go.
I am gonna say Gen AI. I don't believe in. If you're using Gen AI to create art, I'd rather you be an awful writer or drawer or whatever, because so much of street art is that it is a practice in mediocrity. It is a practice in I don't have the tools to be an artist that is a classical, like, educated artist, but I'm going to try it anyways, and the streets are going to tell me if I am good or bad.
Mm. Man. Okay, so what I was gonna say is like during the break, I said like, oh, like have you considered doing like video essays, especially because you're getting into like video editing, and it's like the way that you kind of framed everything in this stream, in my opinion, is even more proof of that. Like just the way that you kind of like looped everything back around and like did your essentially like your thesis of like ways to perceive and like discuss street art is like this is like chef's kiss. And I know you said that you don't feel like you have enough expertise, but that was like in my opinion, that was masterful. That was fantastic,
I
100%.
okay, the problem is I couldn't write this. I am very good at bullshitting my conversation of like oh yeah, wait, hold on. It's because okay, so the way that my brain works is that from the very start to the finish, I have been keeping tabs of all of the little like things that we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And so my brain then creates an underlying thread of the theme, and it kind of just like as I keep moving forward, it's just like, hey, remember that thing that was over here, and then all of this, and then it's why my life is such a mess, but it's like, oh, an organized mess
Mm-hmm.
of like, oh yeah, I don't know where my car keys are. Hold on, there's a pile to my left. Normally, I'm standing in that area. When I put down my keys, it's probably in that pile. Here's my keys, and I'm out the door. I'm a very well organized mess of a human being.
You mean of a bear? Of a
Oh,
of a
of
bear.
human bear, human human bearing.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, like I'll give you the VOD to this by the way if you want to like edit or if you want me to edit it down. We'll talk about this later, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Just all in all, this was great.
So the thing about my channel, my YouTube channel, is that it's all gaming clips, and from what I understand is that you shouldn't um cross over uh, uh like genres
Mm.
until you have a very, very large audience.
Mhm.
So this would not um fly on my channel.
Ah, it's so good though.
Yeah,
It's so good. I know what you mean though. I know what you mean.
yeah. But I 100% welcome you to take it and do whatever you want with it. You can post it. Yeah, this conversation was for you. I want because whenever you and I talk about art, um, I learn a lot about what you are into and what you like, and like what you've been taught by your education.
Mhm.
But I was like, there are things that you are not going to learn from a college.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, that I think people should look at and be more like all of the art appreciation that you have done.
Mm-hmm.
I want more people to see that in the world that they live in today.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, tomorrow, when you go out into the town and you see whatever artwork, there is a post that was one of my favorite things. It was a bunch of hay bales that were rolled up together. They um they had to cover them, so a bunch of them were covered with white tarps, and then the back end was covered in brown tarps, so it looked like a giant cigarette.
Oh,
And to
okay.
me, I was like, that's such a cool idea because you were bringing art into the world where there wasn't. It was just hay bales before.
Mm-hmm.
And I want people to go out and see that every day, no matter where they are, the streets, the rural areas, whatever, create and appreciate and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but there's art all around
Mm-hmm.
and I want people to see that more often. Right? It's not just the galleries, it's not just the museums, it's not just the paid for murals, it's not just the whatever. You can find it in abandoned pools, you can find it in abandoned buildings, you can find it anywhere and everywhere.
Well,
And that's what this discussion was. Yeah. And then for you specifically, it was a. I know that you don't know artists really to kind of like have like the styles of X, Y, or Z,
mm-hmm.
and this was kind of just like an intro of like these stickers. This is what this means. This graffiti, like this is what this means.
Mm-hmm.
Um, for someone who doesn't know like the lingo and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
this was kind of like a good like intro to the lingo and all of that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Um, yeah, I hope that when you go out and you just see like tagging or this or that, and you could be like, oh yeah, yeah, Bronson was saying this about the style and why it's there and why this and why that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or this is what this is. I don't remember what we talked about at all.
The past 4 hours are just flown out. But no, like I promise, like this has been fantastic. And I think kind of like you said, like it is people like me who like our arts education is rooted in like academia and stuff. Like this was such an important conversation to have as well. It's important to realize like all the different times that my perspective was just kind of challenged throughout these past 4 hours has been fantastic. Really.
Yeah, hell yeah,
Yeah.
and that's yeah, that's what I like. I like the idea of art challenging us
Mm-hmm.
as people.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should make us question. It should make us feel things. But I think we should start to call it.
Yeah.
It's getting
It's getting
late
getting to
over
be.
there in the bear house.
It is. It is. It's getting to be about around that time. But the last
It's,
thing,
it's not getting to be. It already is. It already is.
it already is. But I just want to say to the Babane Cubs, first of all, thank you for tuning in for as long as you guys have. But also, please, 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 please check out Mega Bronson on his own channel. He does a great stuff. Like if you liked all the conversation that we had and all the topics that he brought up, do follow him. Drop him a follow. But yeah, we are gonna go ahead and call it here. We're not gonna mosh if that's okay with you guys. Here, I'll let you guys like throw things at ow. There you go. You get to still throw yourselves at me. But yeah, we're pretty much gonna go ahead and end it here. Do you want me to stay on the call or do you want me to end the call right here, Mega Bronson? What are we doing? Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. I will end the call. We'll chat via message, but thank you. Just thank you, thank you, thank you for all of this. Awesome. Have a good one. Good night. Alright, Babine Cubs, it's time to raid out. Because we're not moshing, I didn't have time to look over who to raid into, but let's just do a quick look. We have A Ross is usually a good one. Take care, everyone. Thank you. Just thank you so much for tuning in. This was such a good conversation, y'all. Like I do want to like go in and just like edit this VOD too. It's just so much of it was just really good. So, but I am also pretty tired. So let's see who we're going to raid into. Someone that I can preferably just kind of raid and run. But there's also Nina. We never are able to raid into Nina. Let's raid into Nina. Nina. Yeah, she is. So she is a fellow little guy, and she's currently playing Mugenics. I'm gonna see you guys next week. I don't have any streams tomorrow, but I'll see you guys next week with some yapping on Monday. Alright? It's alright. So I hope you guys have a good morning, afternoon, and evening, and as always, I'll see you guys when I see you guys. And there's the raid message as well. For some reason it's just showing the free one, but it's alright. Alright, bye-bye!